Red 25.
You're going down.
It's a hut.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number one.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance.
Welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We are the Arrowhead Ski Team.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams who are here, competing, and to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend at state.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Amidst the vibrant energy and deep connection within our community, Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply stands as a place for inspiration. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardts, carrying forward our legacy. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mount Lacrosse. We're getting set for an 8:30 opening ceremony here this morning, and things are on schedule. So please start making your way
kids, McKenna and
into
Drew,
our arena
as well as
for
his
the
wife,
8:30
Colleen.
opening ceremonies.
These two amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem. Have a great race!
Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
11 on, 13 in the gate.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other sport. We travel together, we train together, we push each other, we freeze together, and yet our fiercest competitors can be our closest friends. The winner of the 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial is Stella Stinnett. Overall 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial Ethan Ross. Ski racing friends, like Bill said, are friends for life. You all you racers here have the ability to have that sort of impact on each other and on your community, just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
This one, Grandpa.
What are you trying?
I draw me walking a dog if I had a dog.
Where's my donut?
I have no idea.
I like your drawings.
Thank you.
At Gerhard's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhard's, carrying forward our legacy. Find your inspiration at Gerhard's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mount Lacrosse. On behalf of Darcy Bridell, our general manager, and Jason Barney, our outdoor operations manager, Bill Potts, our director of racing, and Steve Mickelson, our presiding officer with the WIARA, we'd like to welcome you to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Alpine Skiing Championships. Yeah, for 50 years this tournament has been happening, 32 of those years right here at Mount Lacrosse. We want to welcome the athletes, the coaches, friends and family. We're going to have a great weekend of alpine ski racing here. We are going to present the American flag during the national anthem. I want to speak to you just quickly about that flag. It was flown over the Capitol. It was presented to L.P. Pinsky on his 100th birthday. That just happened last fall. He was out here partying like a rock star on his 100th birthday. He's the patriarch of alpine ski racing here at Mount Lacrosse, and it wouldn't be like it is today if it weren't for guys like him that got it started way back when. We're going to create some memories here this weekend. I can think of no better way than to start creating memories than to listen to the national anthem when Georgia Galvan from La Crosse Central presents you with this beautiful rendition of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, thank you very much, Georgia. And what a way to start off this Alpine Ski Racing Championships. We're here to celebrate all you've accomplished to get here. All those conference meets, all those miles to practice, all those days in the wax room. We know what it takes to get to this championship. It takes lots of hard work and lots of dedication. It also takes volunteers. It takes lots of help to make this tournament happen. So if you see somebody with a yellow vest on that's carrying a clipboard, thank them for all they do. Thank the Ski Patrol. Give them a little shout out. Those volunteers are 200 strong in order to make this event happen. I'm going to close with this. There's a U.S. ski team member. His name is Camden Palmquist. He was asked for a national magazine, hey, where's your favorite place to race? He immediately responded, that's easy, St. Anton in Austria. But then he quickly said, oh, that's in Europe. My favorite place in the U.S., Mount Lacrosse, Wisconsin. So if Camden Palmquist can have a good time here, so can you. Race hard, ski your best race, have a blast, make some memories. We'll see you at the finish line. once again, good morning, and we're getting ready for an on-time start here with our ski racing this morning. Just a few last-minute things happening on the course and with timing, but we'll be looking forward to setting some forerunners through this course in just a few minutes. Well, we've got our first forerunner coming at us here on the head wall. We've got Allison Mahalik here, I believe, is forerunner. I'm not sure who this is. I'm sorry, folks. We're going to get a little better list here. But we do have our first forerunner. This gives our athletes a little chance to take a look at this course, and coaches, of course, just to see how it's running. Top start here today on our Thunderation start. So they're using all of the fall line here at Mount Lacrosse, and there's our first forerunner across the line. Our second forerunner coming into view here this morning, getting us set for our Girls Alpine Ski Championships. This is Belle Berry on course, one of our forerunners, and thank you to Belle Berry.
And our next forerunner is on course. This could be Ivory Althoff, making her way through the slalom course. And we're watching our fourth forerunner on course, Ivory Althoff. And thank you very much. Our next racer, or not racer, but forerunner is Piper Knadel, and she is on course. And just into our view is Piper Knadel, one of our local racers, and she's doing a good job of forerunning here today. And thank you very much to all of our forerunners, Allison Mahalik, Rosie Morgan, Belle Berry, Ivory Altoff, and Piper Canadal. We are about ready to begin our girls' slalom race today. Our first racer is 278, Grace Kondrakowicz from Slinger, Hartford. And it looks like we are underway here. Our first racer is bib 278, Grace Kondrakowicz, a junior from Slinger, Hartford. She'll be followed by 223, Olivia Reagan, a senior from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove.
A big transition here, as you know, as they come across the Thunderation line onto this front line here that we see. So really a change of pace in this girls' slalom. Some nice tight turns in the flush here. Our first racer.
And here she comes, Grace Kondrakowicz, our first racer down the course with a 48.72.
Next up is Olivia Reagan. Olivia is a senior this year at La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. Bib 223, she's on course.
In the start is 256, Reese Miazga from Mukwonago. And that's Olivia Reagan at the head wall.
We're watching Olivia Reagan. She's a senior this year. Opening us up here this morning for the first couple of races. Olivia's time, 56.13, 56.13.
Our next racer is 256, Reese Miazga, a senior from Mukwonago, and Reese is on course.
Reese will be followed by Lauren Bickler, a senior from Menominee Falls.
And here comes Reese Miazga, bib 256 at the head wall.
Beautiful day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Our outside operations team has been given a little help with some natural snow this week, so these racers have got ideal conditions. We're watching Reese Miazga from Mukwonago. And Reese crosses the line at 58.07, 58.07.
Our next racer is 238, Lauren Bickler, a senior from Menominee Falls.
Lauren will be followed by Julia Kruger from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
And Lauren Bickler is now on course.
Lauren had a third place finish in this event last year, so we're going to keep our eyes on her. And here she is at the head wall, Lauren Bickler.
And in the start is bib 202, Julia Kruger from the Cuba City Mount Horeb team.
Lauren's having a nice run here. Staying real consistent on that angulation as she comes to this last flush. We're watching Lauren Bickler cross the finish line, and Lauren's time, 46.75, 46.75. On course now is Julia Kruger.
And in the start, we have 257, Alyssa Raven from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. And we're watching Julia Kruger, a junior from Cuba City, Mount Horeb. Here comes Julia, bib 202. And Julia's time is a 52.04.
Nice time for Julia. Next up is Alyssa Raven. She had a top 10 finish in this event last year at 9th. We're watching Alyssa Raven at the head wall.
In the start is 195, Grace Wozniak from Catholic Memorial.
We call that corner up there Coach's Corner, Amy. You see all the folks up there on the right-hand side watching that turn into this run. We're watching Alyssa cross the line at 49.14. Good run for Alyssa Raven.
And our racer on course is Grace Wozniak, bib 195. And Grace is a junior from Catholic Memorial.
Grace will be followed by Sienna Sandor from Ashwa Bay. This is Grace Wozniak. Oops, she had a little oops there.
Shoot. Grace is going to hike. All right, let's hear it for Grace. She's going to hike and get a team finish, but we do have another racer on course. That's Sienna Sandor.
Sienna coming in behind her.
Wait.
So it looks like Sienna will have an overtake here. We're watching Sienna Sandor across the finish line. And Sienna's time, 55.22, 55.22.
And Grace is going to get back on course to get a finish. And Grace finishes with a time of 1.36.57.
Up next is Riley Dorr from DSHA, Divine Savior Holy Angels. Riley is a junior this year, and she was 4th in this event last year. Let's keep an eye on Riley Dorr. Here's Riley at the head wall.
In the start is bib 287, Mia Dar from University School of Milwaukee. And we are looking at bib 210, Riley Dorr.
DSHA always has a strong presence here at the state Alpine Finals. We're watching Riley Dorr at the finish line, and her time, 50.94. 50.94. Mia Dar is up next, and she's on course.
Mia will be followed by 164, one of our local racers, Kendall Carlson. And we are watching Mia Dar from the University School of Milwaukee. And thank you to Mark Hyde for making the course clear for our racers. Mia Dar's time is at 51.72, 51.72. Our next racer is 164, Kendall Carlson from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
Starting to see this course change up just a little bit here after these first few racers. So a little bit of a different track than they had before. I wouldn't call them ruts, but we are seeing a little change. This is Kendall Carlson.
Kendall's time is a 52.76, 52.76. And we've got a quick gate repair here. Thank you so much to all of our volunteers.
This is Eliana Conrad, a senior this year at Rhinelander Northland Pines. And the Rhinelander Northland Pines fans are here in mass.
And they've brought their cowbell today, Rich.
They always do. This is Eliana Conrad.
In the gate, we have 306, Olivia Mahalik from Superior. Here comes Eliana Conrad to the finish. Her time is a 1.04.37.
On course and making her way towards us is Olivia Mahalik, junior from Superior. She's skiing as an individual. This is Olivia Mahalik.
In the start is Lillian Whitwer.
Olivia's time, 54.43, 54.43.
In the gate, 294. Actually, Lillian's on course, 294. Lillian Whitwer from Wausau West, East DC Everest. Here she comes.
Behind Lillian will be Ava Lindsay from Middleton. Lillian's time, 50.74.
Now on course is bib 243, Ava Lindsay, a sophomore from Middleton. She'll be followed by 302, Sadie Schmidt from West Bend. We're looking at Ava Lindsay on course. Here she comes, Ava Lindsay from Middleton. Her time, 53.93.
On course next, Sadie Schmidt, a junior at West Bend. She's just approaching the head wall here. She'll be followed by Monica Warzin from Kettle Moraine. We're watching Sadie Schmidt from West Bend.
And here comes bib 302, Sadie Schmidt to the finish. Her time is a 53.22. At the head wall is Monica Warzin, bib 216 from Kettle Moraine.
Behind Monica will be Zoe Morgan from Oconomowoc. This is Monica Warzin. And Monica crosses at 49.45. Zoe Morgan on course.
And Zoe will be followed by 227, Elizabeth Tucker, a local racer. Zoe Morgan at the head wall, a senior from Oconomowoc.
Zoe Morgan making her way to these final few gates. And on deck is Ellie Tucker. This is Zoe Morgan at the line, 56.76. On course now is Elizabeth Ellie Tucker from La Crosse Logan. She's a senior this year. Shout out to her parents, Dave and Deb Tucker, who are here front and center watching her race today. This is Ellie Tucker.
She'll be followed by 187, Anna Abernathy from Brookfield East. We are watching bib 227, Elizabeth Tucker. And she's a senior from the Logan Central Providence team.
Elizabeth Tucker at the line, 59.14. 59.14.
Now on course is bib 187, Anna Abernathy from Brookfield East. In the gate will be 167, Annalise Hauer from Arrowhead. We're watching Anna Abernathy on course.
She's got her fans on fire here. This is Anna Abernathy at 57.53. Annalise Hoyer is up next. This is Annalise out in front.
In the gate is 232, Ellie McNamara, a junior from Madison West. Here comes Annalise Hauer toward the finish. And Annalise's time is a 50.88.
On course now is Ellie McNamara from Madison West. She's a junior this year. On deck is Addison Dama.
And that's Ellie McNamara at the head wall.
It's a really pretty sight, Amy, as they come across that head wall into the sunshine there.
It is really pretty.
Great day for racing at Mount La Crosse. This is Ellie McNamara.
In the gate is Addison Dama, a senior from Wanakee. Here comes Allie through the final gates here. Bib 232, Ellie McNamara finishes with a 51.52. Next up is Addison Dama from Wanakee, bib 307.
And here's Addison at the head wall. On deck is Annika Tanky from Franklin.
Oh, unfortunately, it looks like Addison had a little problem and she lost a ski. And unfortunately, 307, Addison Damas, it did not finish. Now on course is 304, Annika Tanky, a freshman from Franklin High School. She'll be followed by Ellie Hearn from Badger. Annika Tanky, or Annika. She is at the headwell.
On deck behind Annika will be Ellie Hearn, a senior from Badger. This is Annika Tanky, making her debut here at the Wisconsin Alpine Championships, 58.04.
And our final racer for the first seed is bib 183, Ellie Hearn. And she is on course. The ladies have 135 racers today, so we are just finishing up the first seed. There's Ellie Hearn at the headwell.
Ellie's having a nice run here.
I remember her from last year. Now she's a senior already.
Ellie Hearn was first last year. Let's see what she's got this time. 46.21, unofficially in the number one spot. Once again, Ellie Hearn.
And we start off with our second seed with bib 264, Leah Morgan, a sophomore from Oconomowoc. Looks like we'll do a little slipping here between seeds. And a big thank you to all of our volunteers. We couldn't run this race without you.
And thanks, Amy, for thanking those volunteers. But let me tell you about these volunteers. They've got lots of racing experience behind them. They know how to set a course. They know how to manage a course. They've been former racers, a lot of them themselves. We've just got a fantastic team assembled here. And we really do provide some top-quality alpine racing environment here at Mount Lacrosse. A little shout-out to the Ski Patrol as well. They put in extra hours and extra duty here, 60-plus men and women who volunteer throughout the season to make this a great event. And we just want to make sure all our volunteers know how much they do for us and how much they mean. So great work, guys. Thank you very much out there.
All right, let's hear
Give
it
these
for
guys
our
a little
slippers.
noise here.
Woo-hoo! Nice job keeping the course safe for all of our racers. In the start, we have bib 291, Grace Callio, or Callio, I'm not sure. This is Leah Morgan finishing, and Leah's time is a 1.00.45. Our next racer is now on course, bib 291, Grace Callio, junior from Wausau West East, DC Everest. And here she comes, making her way through this course.
Grace is having a really nice run here. Let's see what she's got. At the line, 48.89, unofficially in the number 4 spot. On course now is Marina Wigdale. I'm sorry? I don't know. May not be. Oh, it looks like it is.
Yep.
Marina Wigdale.
She's actually wearing a different number bib, I think, but she is Marina Wigdale, I hope. And she's a senior from University School of Milwaukee. We'll check, see what bib she has on as she comes through. Our next racer will be 208, Kate Bradford.
Marina Wigdale at 54.99. 54.99. Kate Bradford is on course. Behind Kate will be Sydney Madison from Ashwa Bay.
Here comes Kate Bradford through the finish. Kate's time is a 50.01. Our next racer is 177, Sydney Madison from Ashwa Bay. There she is, clearing the headwall. She'll be followed by 180, Brooklyn Flies from Badger.
Sydney Madison had a good finish here last year, 6th place in the slalom event at the 2024 event. So she's really cooking here today. This is Sydney Madison at the line, 47.49. 47.49.
And approaching the head wall is bib number 180, Brooklyn Flies from Badger.
Behind Brooklyn, Emily Menches from Wanakee.
And this is Brooklyn's final slalom. She's a senior at Badger.
Brooklyn had a little oops there, and looks like she lost a ski.
So unfortunately, Brooklyn will be a did not finish. Now on course, bib 308, Emily Menches, a senior from Wanakee.
Here comes Emily Menches. You just see her approaching the head wall here.
And we are in the second seed of our girls slalom today. The girls slalom will be followed by the boys slalom, and we'll wrap up the day with the girls GS.
On deck behind Emily is going to be Wynn Roberts from Logan Central Providence here in La Crosse. This is Emily Menches from Wanakee. And Emily crosses at 1.04.12. Wynn Roberts is on course.
In the start, we'll have 2:59, another local racer, Julie McBride from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op team.
We're watching Wynn Roberts.
And we are watching bib 229, Wynn Roberts, a senior from the Logan Central Providence team, make her way to the finish. And Wynn's time is a 1.09.99. Now on course, we have Julia McBride, bib 259. She's from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. She'll be followed by Leah Bickler from Menominee Falls. Here comes Julia. And Julia's time is at 52.20. Now on course is bib 239, Leah Bickler, a freshman from Menominee Falls.
On deck behind Leah, Jessica Lynn. This is Leah Bickler.
Leah's first appearance here at the state meet. Looking good.
She's having a nice run. This is Leah Bickler at the finish line. 50.22, unofficial top 10 finish for Leah Bickler.
Now on course, 272, Jessica Lynn, a freshman from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. There she is at the head wall. She'll be followed by 301, Olivia Monkoski from West Bend.
Here comes Jessica Lynn. Uh-oh. Good recovery. This is Jessica Lynn at the line, 56.22. On course now, Olivia Monkoski. She's from West Bend and is a senior this year.
And she'll be followed by 191, Sarah Majeski from Brookfield East. We're looking at Olivia Monkoski, a senior from West Bend, make her way through the course. We're about halfway through our second seed of the girls slalom. Here comes Olivia Monkoski, bib 301, finishing up. Her time, 57.24.
On course now is Sarah Majewski from Brookfield East. On deck, Eleanor Proctor from Arrowhead.
Oh, Eleanor's from Catholic Memorial. Check that. Yep. Sarah Majeski on course right now. And Sarah is a junior at Brookfield East. And Sarah's time is a 1.01.44.
Eleanor Proctor's up next, and she's mid-course here. This is a long slalom course for most of these racers, starting way at our Thunderation's top and coming all the way down to basically the parking lot here at Mount La Crosse. This is a long course for slalom. Lots of endurance needed for this event. We're watching Eleanor Proctor, and Eleanor crosses at 56.83.
Now on course is 172, Tess Talbot, a senior from Arrowhead. And here she comes over the head wall. Arrowheads always has a strong team. Let's see how they do today.
On deck is Sienna Feltz.
Tess Talbot on course. Here she comes. 172, her time 50.15.
Sienna Feltz on course. On deck is Rita Vavilov. We're watching Sienna Feltz.
And Sienna is a senior from the Cuba City Mount Horeb squad. She's doing a good job on this slalom course.
She's got a nice run going here. Sienna's a senior this year. It's not her first rodeo at the state meet. Sienna Feltz crosses the finish line, 51.4.
And on course now, we have bib 247, Rita Vavilov, a senior from Middleton. There's Rita at the head wall.
On deck behind Rita, one of our local racers, Bryn Grabowski.
We're watching Rita Vavilov on course. Bryn Grabowski from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team in the start.
We've got Rita Vavilov working her way to the finish line, a senior from Middleton, and her time, 55.15. Bryn Grabowski on course.
And Bryn is at the head wall. She's bib 160.
On deck is Allison Belt.
Allison is a sophomore from Kettle Moraine. We have Bryn Grabowski, another sophomore, on course, making her way to the finish. Here comes Bryn. Bryn's time is a 53.76.
Allison Belt on course. On deck, Riley DeVell. We're watching Allison Belt from Kettle Moraine.
And she's got an interesting helmet on. I like it.
Yeah.
Allison always has
good.
that one on. It's awesome.
And her time, 49.36, unofficially inside the top 10.
Now on course is 305, Riley DeVell, a senior from Muskego High School. And there she is at the head wall, having a little trouble, but looks like she's hanging on. Her skis stayed on, and Riley is back on course. She'll be followed by Addison Passler, a freshman from Mukwonago. Riley DeVell making her way through the course. We're looking at bib 305, Riley DeVell or Davil, we're not sure, but here she comes to the finish. Riley's time, 1.00.67. Right behind her is Addison Passler from Mukwonago. And Addison will be followed by Daly Rabidou from Slinger Hartford.
We're watching Addison Passler make her way to the finish line, a freshman this year.
Bib 250.
And her time, 54.47.
Now on course 276, Daly Rabidou, a freshman from Slinger Hartford.
On deck behind Daly, Beatrice Barbouche from Madison West.
And that's Daly at the head wall. We are approaching the end of our second seat of the girls' slalom, and we're watching Daly Rabidou on course. Here comes Daly, bib 276, her first time at the state meet. Daly's time is a 1.05.92.
Beatrice Barbouche at the head wall. On deck behind Beatrice, Marin Samuels. This is Beatrice Barbouche. She's a senior this year at Madison West.
Here comes bib 230, Beatrice Barbouche, a senior from Madison West, approaching the finish. And Beatrice's time is 58.90. Now on course is 222, Marin Samuels, a senior from La Follette, Poinet, Monona Grove. She will wrap up our second seed.
Had a little slide out there, but got back on course. That is what those gate judges are there to determine. All our athletes are getting through each gate accurately. Watch every turn very closely.
Here comes Marin. Marin's time is a 59.80.
A little course maintenance in between the two seeds here, and a reminder that the WIARA merchandise booth is up and running in the boardroom in the main chalet here at Mount Lacrosse. You can buy all kinds of swag for this event. We've got sweatshirts and t-shirts and baseball hats and leggings and flannel pants and all kinds of groovy swag in there. So check out the merchandise booth in the main lodge in the room off to the right. And we've got Camille Johnson coming our way out of the third seed. Here comes Camille Johnson. She's a senior this year at Logan Central Providence. She is at the head wall.
And Camille will be followed by bib 244, Emily Fredericks, a freshman from Middleton. We're looking at Camille Johnson on course. We're starting off our third seed of the girls' slalom here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse.
This is Camille Johnson. And Camille crosses at 1.07.97. Emily Fredericks is on course. On deck is Gemma?
Yep, Gemma, we're not sure how to say the last name.
We're going to go
Reichel.
But right now we're watching Emily Fredericks, a freshman from Middleton, out front.
Emily's doing a nice job. Her first time here at Mount Lacrosse in the state meet. And Emily's time is a 57.50. On course is 2:15. Gemma, we're not sure, Rechel, sophomore from Kettle Moraine. We'll get clarification on that one. Gemma's doing a nice job on this slalom course.
Behind Gemma will be Elizabeth Donoff from DSHA.
We're watching 2:15, Gemma Rechel from Kettle Moraine approach the finish. And Gemma's time is a 52.84.
Elizabeth Donoff is up next. Behind her will be Natalie Kruger from Cuba City, Mount Horeb. At the head wall, this is Elizabeth Donoff.
In the start is 2:03, Natalie Kruger. And we're looking at Elizabeth Donoff, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Staying really on track here. She's having a nice run. This is Elizabeth Donoff at the line, 53 even.
Now on course is bib 2:03, Natalie Kruger, a sophomore from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
On deck behind Natalie is Paige McIntyre from Brookfield East. From Menominee Falls.
2:03, Natalie Kruger is at the head wall. Gotta check those bifocals, Rich. Here we're looking at Natalie Kruger, bib 2:03 on course. Here she comes, bib 2:03, Natalie Kruger to the finish, and Natalie's time is a 57.10. At the head wall, 2:41, Paige McIntyre from Menominee Falls.
On deck behind Paige will be Elena Majewski from Brookfield. This is Paige McIntyre.
And Paige has a huge following here. They're very loud cheering her on. A senior from Menominee Falls. Paige McIntyre's time, 51.19. Now on course, bib 188, Elena Majeski, a freshman from Brookfield East, and there she is at the head wall.
On deck is Kendall Johnson from West Bend. Elena Majewski out in front of us. Her fans are on fire. Gorgeous day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. And Elena's time, 58.99.
Our next racer is 298, Kendall Johnson, a freshman from West Bend. She'll be followed by Riley Klinger from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. There's Kendall making a nice run for herself here. 298.
I like to see it when the freshmen bring some heat because we're going to have 4 good years of racing here.
Yeah,
so
we'll see
here
this
comes
name
Kendall Johnson, and her time 55.18.
Now on course 224, Riley Klinger, a sophomore from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. She'll be followed by Lissa Newman from Catholic Memorial. We're looking at Riley Kruger clearing the head wall.
As I mentioned earlier, kind of a long slalom course for some of these athletes, a little longer than they may be used to training on at home. This is Riley Klinger at the line, 1.01.77.
Now on course 197, Lissa Newman, a junior from Catholic Memorial. There she is clearing the head wall. She'll be followed by 279, Ingrid Leitsky, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. We're watching Lissa Newman make her way toward the finish, bib 197. And that's Lissa finishing up with a 58.90. At the head wall is Ingrid Leitsky from Slinger, Hartford.
On deck behind Ingrid will be Marlise Westveer. This is Ingrid Leitsky, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Ingrid is definitely a ski name, no doubt about it.
Perfect name for this.
Ingrid Leitsky making her way to the finish line. Ingrid's time, 57.82. Marlise Westveer is up next. She's at the head wall.
And she's from the University School of Milwaukee.
On deck behind her, Petra Setterstrom from Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
Another good ski name from Norway. Here's bib 286, Marlise Westveer, a junior from University School of Milwaukee, making her way toward the finish. Here she comes, Marlise Westveer, finishing with a 55.28.
Petra Setterstrom is out in front of us right now.
She'll be followed by 303, Ashley Davies from Edgewood.
Petra skiing on her home turf, qualified for this event at the Western Conference Series here, held at Mount Lacrosse. We're watching Petra Setterstrom. And Petra turns in a time of 52.24.
Now on course, 303, Ashley Davies, a freshman from Edgewood. She'll be followed by 178, Wilder Moriarty from Ashua Bay. There's Ashley Davies at the head wall. We are a little bit over halfway through our second seat of the girls' slalom. Ashley Davies on course.
Behind Ashley will be Wilder Moriarty from Ashua Bay. We've got Ashley Davies working her way to the finish line. And Ashley's time, 1.05.76. On course in front of us now, Wilder Moriarty from Ashua Bay.
And in the start is 182, Ella Johns, a junior from Badger. Ashua Bay fans brought their cowbell. Sounds good. Bib 178, Wilder Moriarty approaching the finish. And Wilder's time is a 1.04.22.
And coming in hot behind her is Ella Johns. Ella's got, she's a junior this year from Badger. On deck is Megan Isabel from Arrowhead. Looks like Ella had a little oops there.
Her skis are still on. Looks like she lost a pole.
Second racer on their way.
We're going to probably have an overtake here. Good
So
hustle
that next
by
racer that we're seeing come by is Megan Isabel from Arrowhead.
And nice job with our volunteers helping out here.
This is Megan Isabel. She's from Arrowhead, a senior this year. And Megan's time, we'll get to you in just a moment. It looks like Ella Johns.
Yeah, Ella Johns just finished, but we don't have times. We'll get those to you in a minute. Next up is Audrey Severson from Mukwonago. Bib number 251, Audrey Severson, is on course and making her way to the finish. So we'll get those times to you as soon as we can. Now our next racer is 234, Juliet McMurray from Madison West. Juliet is on course.
Megan Isabel's time, 51.19.
At the head wall, I think we have Juliet McMurray from Madison West. Audrey Severson's time is a 57.74.
This should be Juliet McMurray. And it is. She's from Madison West, a junior this year. On deck is Isabel Caulfield from Oconomowoc. We're watching Juliet McMurray. Juliet at the finish line with a time of 1.03.95.
Now on course is bib 292, Julia Heemauer, a senior from Wausau West East, DC Everest. Oh, we still have Isabel Caulfield, pardon me. And she's a sophomore from Oconomowoc.
On deck behind Isabel, as Amy said, is Julia Heemauer. At the head wall is Isabel Caulfield.
And we are watching bib 262, Isabel Caulfield, a sophomore from Oconomowoc, make her way toward the finish.
This is Isabel Caulfield at the line, 1.04.81.
Our next racer is 292, Julia Heemauer, a senior from the Wausau West East DC Everest team. Here she comes.
On deck behind her is Elise Muir from AOWS.
And we have eyes on Julia Heemauer now, bib 292, making her way to the finish. Julia's time is a 57.76.
At the head wall is Elise Muir, a freshman from the AOWS team. On deck is Callie Horschler from Rhinelander Northland Pines. We're watching Elise Muir. Elise, another one of our local racers here, just starting off her career as a freshman. Elise Muir at the finish line. Her time, 59.26.
And wrapping up our third seed will be bib 270, Callie Horschler from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Here she comes over the head wall. Callie is a senior.
You can always tell when the Rhinelander kids are out there. We got some cowbell action. Callie Horschler makes her way to the finish line with a time of 59.14.
And she'll wrap up our third seed. We'll do a little course repair and maybe a quick slip. I don't know what they're going to do, but our next seed is seed number 4 for the girls slalom. Our first racer will be 201, Hattie Wood. She's a senior from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
We do want to thank Gerhardt's and First Supply for their great donation. They're one of our premier sponsors, and they are part of the reason we have all of the electronics that you see here today. Our Jumbotron, all of our great sponsors help to make this happen. We have some just great support from our local business folks, and we will be listing those off a little bit later in the event here today. But the reason you're able to see a live feed on the internet and a large jumbotron here at Mount La Crosse is due to the great generosity of our local business community here in La Crosse, not the least of which is Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store and First Supply. So we want to thank all of our sponsors, but again, they really are a big part in making this event happen. Want to also thank Matthew Construction, Dahl Subaru, Quick Trip, Fowler and Hammer, Acre Properties, and Ryan Schultz, American Family Insurance. Some of our great local sponsors that help make this event happen each and every year. Mount La Crosse in their 65th season this year. 65 years of skiing and snowboarding here at Mount La Crosse. This is the 50th year of the WIARA ski tournament. So 50 years, and 38 of those 50 have been here at Mount La Crosse. We're very proud and happy to host this event. Also like to thank our race administrators, Kathy Frice and Christy Cook. They do a lot of behind-the-scenes work throughout the year to make sure this event pulls off like it does. Our chief of course, Mike Muir and Eric Johnson. Our technical delegate, and by the way, she carried the American flag down in the opening ceremony this morning, is Marcy Iverson. She's our TD. Rod Olson directs the Wisconsin All-State Ski and Snowboard team. We're getting ready to race again. Seed number 4 coming up next. And we've got our next racer on course. It's Hattie Wood. She's a senior from Cuba City, Mount Horeb. We'll see what she's got here as she approaches the head wall.
And in the start, we have 255, Morgan Severson from Mukwonago. Here comes Hattie Wood at the head wall. She is a senior from the Cuba City Mount Horeb team.
On deck behind Hattie, Morgan Severson from McQuanago.
And we are just starting off our 4th seat of the girls' slalom.
Hattie Wood making her way to the finish line. And Hattie turns in a time of 57.84. Morgan Severson up next. On deck behind her, Skylar Verheyen. This is Morgan Severson out front.
And this is Morgan's first state meet. She's a freshman from McQuanago.
Morgan staying nice and forward on those skis. And Morgan's time, 56.09.
Our next racer is 242, Skylar Verheyen, a senior from Menominee Falls.
On deck behind Skylar is Landry Rabella from Arrowhead. This is Skylar Verheyen out front. Skylar's fans giving her a great encouragement here. Skylar Verheyen at the line, 52.29.
Our next racer is 170, Landry Rabella, a sophomore from Arrowhead, and there she is at the head wall. She'll be followed by 217, Sophia Johnson, a freshman from Kettle Moraine. We're looking at Landry Rabella on course.
Arrowhead, as you mentioned earlier, Amy, always brings a strong presence here to the state ski meet. A sophomore this year, Landry Rabella at the line, 51.51.
Now on course, we have Sophia Johnson from Kettle Moraine. There's Sophia at the head wall.
On deck behind Sophia, Elizabeth Lynch. We're watching Sophia Johnson, another freshman. Sophia's got some nice turns coming together here at the final. Whoop, and a little slip just as I said that. Yep. Sophia Johnson was having a really nice run.
Looks like she's going to get up and hike. Our next racer is at the head wall, Elizabeth Lynch. We could have an overtake here.
This is Elizabeth Lynch coming in, freshman from Badger. Looks like she's going to wait for the overtake here. We're watching Elizabeth Lynch.
Here comes Elizabeth Lynch from Badger, bib 181. Her time is at 53.99. Unfortunately, we do have a DNF for Sophia Johnson.
Sydney Weiss is up next. She's a junior from Middleton.
And Sydney Weiss is now on course. In the start is 199, Mariana Kiger from Catholic Memorial.
Sydney Weiss is on course.
And there's Sydney Weiss coming into view here at the head wall, bib 249. In the gate, 199, Mariana Kiger from Catholic Memorial.
The course is changing just a little bit here as the morning goes on. These racers are doing a nice job of adapting. This is Sydney Weiss, a junior from Middleton. And Sydney turns in a time 58.65.
Now on course is 199, Mariana Kiger. She'll be followed by McKenna Hirsch from AOWS. At the head wall is bib 199, Mariana Kiger, a junior from Catholic Memorial. And here comes Mariana Kiger toward the finish. Her time is a 1.06.09. At the head wall is 165, McKenna Hirsch, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team.
On deck is Sophia Torres from the University School of Milwaukee.
Oh, McKenna had a little trouble there.
Looks like she's up and at 'em. McKenna Hirsch back on track. And
at the head wall is Sophia Torres, a senior from University School of Milwaukee.
McKenna Hirsch's time, 1.08.53.
We're watching 75, McKenna Hirsch, Sophia Torres. She has a little trouble. She's going to hike back up around that gate.
We're seeing a little change in those course conditions that giving these racers just a little extra challenge here as we go higher in the seed.
In the gate is Aaliyah Bergman is at the head wall, bib 269. Looks like we're going to have another overtake. Here comes Aaliyah Bergman from Rhinelander Northern Pines. She is bib number 269. Here comes Aaliyah.
I'm going to go with Ayla.
Or Ayla, I'm sorry.
Ayla
I
Bergman,
flipped that.
101.86.
Oh.
1.01.86.
Sorry, Ayla, I mispronounced that. Small font, Rich. Ayla, sorry, Ayla.
Our next racer, Emma Martin at the head wall. She's a sophomore this year from Madison West. It looks like Sophia Torres may be completing her run here.
She's bib 289.
Right, and her time 2.00.65.
And we're watching 233, Emma Martin, a sophomore from Madison West. She'll be followed by Kate Hostetler from Wausau West East DC Everest. Here comes Emma Martin to the finish. Emma's time 1.04.87.
Up next, Kate Hostetler. Ooh, let me try that one again.
Hostetler, I think.
Hostetler. We're going to go with Hostetler.
Well, I messed up Aaliyah, Ayla, sorry.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Bib 293. And she's on course. Kate Hostetler from Wausau. On course and out in front of us. On deck, Marit Zifko from Ashprowabe.
And we've got some freshmen here. Freshman Kate Hostetler, then Merritt Zivko. Bring on the freshmen. Here comes Kate Hostetler from Wausau West East, DC Everest, a freshman. And there she is, bib 293, finishing with a 55.77.
Marit Zifko up next. She's approaching the head wall. On deck, Sophie Walker. Marit Zifko is at the head wall. Freshman this year from Ashwa Bay.
In the gate is 211, Sophie Walker from Divine Savior Holy Angels. We're looking at freshman from Ashwa Bay, 175, Merritt Zifko. I had a student named Merritt, so I'm saying Merritt. I don't know if it's right, but 175, Merritt Zifko making her way to the finish.
And her time, 1.10.79.
On course is Sophie Walker, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. She'll be followed by Isabella Dahl from Oconomowoc. Here comes bib 211, Sophie Walker. And Sophie's time is a 54.02. Approaching the head wall is 263, Isabella Dahl, a junior from Oconomowoc. In the gate is 299, Lena Suddendorf from West Bend.
This is Isabella Dahl. Ski racing in the sunshine. And Isabella gets twisted just a little bit, gets back on track. This is Isabella Dahl from Oconomowoc. Her time, 1:03.70.
Not far behind her is Lena Suddendorf, a sophomore from West Bend.
On deck behind Lena, Gabrielle Odrestrick. Ooh.
It's another tough one.
Lena Suddendorf out in front of us. And Lena turns in a time of 56.32. At the head wall, this is Gabrielle.
Gabrielle Ostrek from Slinger, Hartford.
That's what we're going to go with, Ostrek.
Something like that.
Behind her, Magnolia Sheehan from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. We're watching Gabrielle from Slinger, Hartford.
I think it's Ostrasek. Anyway, 277, Gabrielle's making her way to the finish. Junior from Slinger, Hartford. And Gabrielle's time is a 56.18.
Magnolia Sheehan's up next, one of our local racers from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
In the gate is bib 220, Ava Reichert, a freshman from La Follette Poinette, Monona Grove. We're watching Magnolia Sheehan on course. And Magnolia is doing a great job approaching the final gates here in the girls' slalom. And Magnolia's time is a 57.79.
Ava Reichert is out in front. Ava is a freshman this year at La Follette Poinette, Monona Grove. She'll be followed by Skyla Winsner from Brookfield East. We've got Ava Reichert. Nice consistent turns from Ava. And Ava crosses 58.31.
Approaching the head wall is 192, Skyla Windsor, a senior from Brookfield East. She'll be followed by 228, Gretchen Jesperson, a sophomore from the Logan Central Providence team. Gretchen will wrap up our fourth seed. Here is Skyla Windsor on course. Oh, Skylar had a little tumble there. And it looks like she lost a ski. And bib 192, Skylar Windsor, as it did not finish. On course is 228, Gretchen Jesperson. And here comes Gretchen at the head wall, wrapping up the fourth seed.
Gretchen, a local racer from the Logan Central Providence team. She's a sophomore this year. This is Gretchen Jesperson.
Here comes Gretchen Jesperson to the finish. Her time, 1.12.52. Looks like we're going to have a quick slip by our course crew, and we'll follow up with our fifth seed of the girls' slalom.
Quick reminder on the merchandise that is available for sale in the boardroom inside the chalet. So if you want to grab your Wisconsin State Alpine Ski Racing Championship swag, head on into the Mount Lacrosse Chalet. We'll have more racing. Seed number 5 leading off shortly. And here she comes. Ava Pethers.
We're starting our 5th seed with Ava Pether, a senior from Badger, bib 179. Our next racer is 162, Ella Tepp, one of our local racers. Here comes Ava Pether, finishing with a time of 1.03.02. We're watching 162, Ella Tepp on course. Ella is from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team, and she is a sophomore this year. She'll be followed by Madeline Kozlowski from Catholic Memorial. We're looking at Ella Tepp. Oh, doing some fancy footwork there on one ski. Here comes Ella. Ella Tepp making her way to the finish. And Ella's time is a 1.04.58.
Ella's dad, Jason, one of our sturdy volunteers here in the timing shack.
Yep, helped out a lot yesterday with the snowboarding. Yep. Here comes Madeline Kozlowski, a freshman from Catholic Memorial, bib 198. We are in the 5th seed of our girls slalom. We're watching Madeline Kozlowski make her way through the course. She's a freshman from Catholic Memorial. And Madeline's time is a 1.05.18.
This is Evelyn Bruns out in front. She's a local racer. Evelyn is a sophomore this year at the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. On that team, I should say. This is Evelyn Bruns.
She'll be followed by Lorena Lociato. And Evelyn's time is a 52.44. Now on course 189, Lorena Lociato, a senior from Brookfield East. And Lorena has cleared the head wall.
On deck is Aurora Holman from La Follette, Poinet, Monona Grove. This is Lorena Lociato from Brookfield East.
Brookfield East has a nice fan base here for Lorena. Here she comes, bib 189, Lorena Lociato with a time of 1.02.00.
Aurora Holman is up next. On deck behind her, Emily Peterson from DSHA. This is Aurora Holman at the head wall.
And this is Aurora's first time at the state meet. She's a freshman from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. Doing a nice job on this course.
We're watching Aurora Holman. And Aurora crosses with a time of 1.03.63. On course now is Emily Peterson, a junior from DSHA.
She'll be followed by bib 200, Gigi Rodefeld from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
This is Emily Peterson. Emily Peterson crosses the finish line, turns in a time 54.61.
Now on course bib 200, Gigi Rodefeld, a freshman from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
Gigi's at the head wall. On deck behind Gigi, Claire Holton.
We're watching Gigi Rodefeld on course. In the start, 284, Claire Holton. Here comes Gigi Rodefeld to the finish. And her time is a 1.10.10. Now on course is bib 284, Claire Holton, a sophomore from the University School of Milwaukee.
Claire will be followed by Olivia Skelton from Menominee Falls.
Here comes Claire Holton to the finish. And Claire's time is a 1.10.55. Not far behind is Olivia Skelton, a senior from Menominee Falls, bib number 240. Here comes Olivia Skelton toward the finish. Olivia's time is a 56.35. She'll be followed by 2:54, Jaron Mueller, a senior from Mukwonago, and there's Jaron at the head wall.
On deck behind Jaron, Opal Kunkel from Middleton. We're watching Jaron Mueller. Whoops, she had a little trouble there.
She's going to do a little hiking there. And Jaron hiked successfully, and she's followed by Opal Kunkel from Middleton. Jaron Mueller out front. We're watching 2:54. Jaron Mueller, a senior from Mukwonago, approach the finish. She's followed by Opal Kunkel. And Jaron's time is a 1.24.48. Here comes Opal Kunkel from Middleton.
And Opal's time, 59.15. 59.15.
Now on course is bib 282, Kelsey Volmar, a junior from Slinger, Hartford. And Kelsey will be followed by Makwa Dahlin from Ashwa Bay.
This is Kelsey Volmar at the head wall. I'm a little partial to that name. I've got a Kelsey in my world. Here's Kelsey Volmar. That's a beautiful sight. Alpine ski racer in the bright sunshine, the blue sky overhead. Kelsey Volmar here at Mount Lacrosse. And Kelsey's time, 59.20.
Our next racer is 174, Makwa Dahlin, a freshman from Ashwa Bay, and there she is at the head wall.
On deck behind her, Olivia Bennis from Wausau West East DCE.
And we are over halfway through our fifth seed of the girls' slalom.
This is Makwa Dahlin, freshman from Ashwa Bay.
Ashwa Bay fans are loud and proud. They're awesome. Here comes Makwa Dahlin toward the finish. Makwa's time is a 1.17.58. Here comes Olivia Bennis, a freshman from Wausau West East DC Everest, making her way to the finish.
On deck behind Olivia will be Alexa Muir, one of our local racers.
And here comes
Olivia's time, 59.12. 59.12.
At the head wall is 225, Alexa Muir, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team. She'll be followed by 236, Simone Weinhold, a junior from Madison West. We're watching Alexa Muir on course. She's bib 225. Alexa Muir making her way toward the finish.
On deck behind Alexa, Simone Weinhold. Alexa Muir at the finish line. Her time, 1.13.18.
At the head wall is 236, Simone Weinhold, a junior from Madison West.
On deck behind Simone, Sophia Martin from Oconomowoc. I got to tell my Oconomowoc thing. Can't live there because I can't spell it.
Every year.
Simone Weinhold is on course.
Good thing you don't want to move.
Right. That or Mukwonago.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't live in your place.
This is Simone Weinhold on course. Here comes Simone Weinhold from Madison West. finishing with a time of 1.01.57. Sophia Martin is now on course. She is a senior from Oconomowoc. Bib 267.
On deck behind Sophia, Lindsay Horschler from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Sophia Martin is on the main pitch here. Senior this year from Oconomowoc. And at the finish line, Sophia Martin with a time of 1.08.15.
At the head wall is bib 274, Lindsay Horschler, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. She'll be followed by Caitlin Sonneman from Arrowhead. The crowd's going wild for Lindsay Horschler, bib 274. Here comes Lindsay to the finish. Her time is a 1.03.99.
Out in front of us next is Caitlin Sonneman, a junior from Arrowhead. On deck is Addison Fenig from Kettle Moraine. We've got eyes on Caitlin Sonneman. Caitlin having a good run here. And Caitlin's time, 54.84. Caitlin Sonneman.
Now on course 212, Addison Fenig, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine, and following her will be Kate Stram from West Bend. We're looking at Addison Fenig on course. And Addison is making her way toward the finish, bib 212. Her time, 53.98. And our final racer for our fifth seed is bib 297, Kate Stram, a junior from West Bend. Or not. Yep, here comes bib 297, Kate Stram, junior from West Bend. She's on course.
Okay, Kate Stram is apparently a DNF, so that does complete seed 5. We'll do a quick course maintenance here between the racers, and we'll be leading off with our next racer as soon as we've done some course maintenance. That last racer, Kate Stram, is a DNF.
And just another reminder that you can purchase the WIARA State Championship apparel in the boardroom as you enter the chalet to your right. And people who have pre-orders should pick them up there as well. So you can get your pre-order and you can buy just right off the table. We have t-shirts, long sleeve t-shirts, crew neck sweatshirts, hoodies, quarter zips, hats, and flannel pants. So check it out. Help support our state meet. And a quick shout out to one of our sponsors. Quick Trip is a proud sponsor of the WIARA Ski and Snowboard Championships. Craving something hot and delicious? Foods here and Quick Trip's appetizers and meals are the best around. From crispy chicken to mouth-watering pizza, every bite is packed with flavor and served fresh. Perfect for on the go or whenever hunger strikes. Quick, tasty, and ready to fuel your day. Don't settle for less. Make Quick Trip your hot spot for the best meals around. Also, a quick shout out to the Potato King, one of our local businesses. A couple of my friends work there, and Potato King provides lots of good produce for our area. So support Potato King.
Also, thanks to Darlin Power, Brennan Marine Professionals since 1919, Pellinger Electric, Soul Alpine, Emerge 360, a division of Trust Point, ExploreLacrosse.com, Mount Lacrosse, and the Dan Nagy Memorial Ski Race, as well as the Arrowhead Ski Team. All are some of our amazing sponsors here for this 2025 Ski and Snowboard Championships here at Mount Lacrosse. Just a note, too, after the girls' slalom, we will be resetting and getting ready for the boys' slalom with an expected start of 11:45 for the race, 11 to 11:30, some inspection for the boys after the girls' slalom. Hey, Amy, I've got some ski trivia for you. How many ski areas are in the United States? If you were guessing, would you say it's under 500 or over 500?
I'd say under 500.
Ding, ding, ding. We're going to give you an award. It is under 500, 480 ski areas in the United States. How many in Wisconsin, Amy?
15.
33.
Okay.
We are tied for Colorado with third in the nation.
Nice.
So big skiing heritage here in the state of Wisconsin. All of these ski areas in our state feed these racers into this event.
All right.
We're getting ready to race again, folks. So all those ski areas, those 33 ski areas scattered throughout the state are where these racers train. And it's where they probably grew up skiing and learning how to do it when they were little kids, and then represent those home ski areas once they get here. So 33 ski areas in Wisconsin. Minnesota, a poorly ninth down at 21 ski areas. And how many do you think are in Iowa, since they're right around the corner here?
Seems like there should be less. I'm going to go 12.
Wrong answer. There is only 3 ski areas in the state of Iowa. It's pretty flat.
It is flat, yeah.
No offense, Iowa. Sorry if you're listening
Sorry,
out there.
Iowa. I'm going there next week. So.
Yeah, sorry about it.
Yeah.
We hope that racer will do just fine. And big shout out to the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol for all they do for us here as well, keeping our athletes safe and taking care of them if something goes bad. Our next racer, bib 237. She's a senior this year from Menominee Falls. Emily LaFour is going to lead us off.
Emily will be followed by 253, Sierra Hansen from Mukwonago. We are just starting our 6th seed of the girls' slalom.
Once again, the boys will follow after a reset on the course and some inspection. We're scheduled for boys at about 11:45. And Emily LaFleur is on course. Again, Emily's a senior this year, and she'll be followed by Sierra Hansen. Emily LaFleur at the head wall. Senior this year at Menominee Falls High School.
In the start is Sierra Hansen, a freshman from Mukwonago.
This is Emily LaFleur. And Emily crosses the finish line with a time of 59.57. 59.57.
At the head wall is 253, Sierra Hansen, a freshman from Mukwonago. She'll be followed by Jayla Akute, a senior from Badger. Here comes Sierra Hansen working her way through this slalom course. This is Sierra's debut at the state championships. She's a freshman at Mukwonago, sorry. Sierra Hansen's time, 1.06.303. 1.0603.
Next up, Jayla Akuktet from Badger. She's a senior this year. On deck behind her is Brindley Schmidt, a freshman from West Bend. At the head wall is Jayla Akuteth from Badger.
We're watching Jayla Lakute on course. In the start, Brindley Schmidt from West Bend.
And Jayla's time, 1.16.38. 1.16.38. This is Brinley Schmidt out in front of us. Brinley's a freshman from West Bend. On deck behind Brinley, Allie Fulci from Brookfield East. This is Brinley Schmidt, a freshman from West Bend at the finish line. And Brinley's time, 1.03.55.
Having some trouble at the head wall is Allie Fulci from Brookfield East. Hopefully she's okay. She'll be followed by Astrid Vallejo, a senior from Ashwa Bay. And Allie is up and back on course. We're watching bib 186, Allie Fulci, a junior from Brookfield East on course. Here comes Allie to the finish. Her time, 1.15.82.
On course next is Astrid Vallejo from Ashwa Bay. Astrid is a senior this year. On deck behind her, local racer Jordy DeBush. This is Astrid Vallejo.
And Astrid is a senior from Ashwa Bay. Her final slalom race as a high school racer. Here comes Astrid Vallejo to the finish. And her time is a 1.16.41.
This is Jordy DeBush coming at us here on the front head wall, one of our local racers. On deck behind Jordy, Camilla Fair. Jordy DeBush working her way down the front of this course. Just leading off her high school racing career, one of our local racers. At the finish line, Jordy DeBush, 1.04.18.
Our next racer is 221, Camilla Fair, a sophomore from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. She'll be followed by Simran Patel, a sophomore from University School of Milwaukee. And we're watching Camilla Fair on course. Here comes bib 221, Camilla Fair, working her way toward the finish. And Camilla's time is a 1.13.16.
Next racer, Simran Patel. Simran is a sophomore this year at the University School of Milwaukee. On deck behind Simran, Stella Schrader from Middleton. This is Simran Patel. And Simran at the finish line with a time of 1.09.04. This is Stella Schrader out front. Stella, sophomore this year at Middleton. On deck, Macy Carlson.
We're watching 248, Stella Schrader from Middleton make her way toward the finish. Stella is a sophomore, and her time is a 59.14.
Next racer, Macy Carlson. She's making her way towards the head wall. On deck behind Macy, Lucinda Eddy from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Macy Carlson at the head wall. Macy is junior this year at Madison West.
And we're about halfway through, a little over halfway through, over our sixth seat of the girls' slalom. Here's Macy Carlson on course. Here comes Macy Carlson to the finish. Her time, 1.16.98.
Lucinda Eddy coming in behind her at the halfway point here. On deck is Zuma Efland, but this is Lucinda Eddy out front from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Here comes Lucinda Eddy from Rhinelander Northern Pines to the finish. And Lucinda's time is a 1.04.95. On course, we're not sure, but it might be bib 214, Elizabeth Spence. Yep, 214, Elizabeth Spence, a freshman from Kettle Moraine. She'll be followed by 193, Abigail Smith from Catholic Memorial. We're looking at 214, Elizabeth Spence from Kettle Moraine. And she
Elizabeth
must
had a
have
little slide out there.
hooked a tip or something. And here she is. Elizabeth's time is a 1.04.87. At the head wall is Abigail Smith, a junior from Catholic Memorial. And she'll be followed by Emma Lee from Wausau West East, DC Everest.
This is Abigail Smith from Catholic Memorial.
Here comes Abigail Smith, bib 193, working her way to the finish.
Abigail Smith's time, 1.12.02. If you're a boy racer and can hear me, we're going to need you to sideslip this course immediately following the girls' race. So after the slalom.
Boys race.
After boys slalom. I'm sorry, I thought it was after this race. After boys slalom. You can skip that for now, fellas. This is Emma Lee.
Emma will be followed by 266, Mia Marks, a freshman from Oconomowoc. And we're looking at Emma Lee, a freshman from Wausau West East, DC Everest, approach the finish. Bib 290, Emma Lee's time is a 1.29.12.
Mia Marks working her way down the course. Mia's a freshman this year from Oconomowoc. On deck behind Mia, Ann Klaus.
There's Mia Marks at the head wall. Bib 266.
And Mia's time, 1.12.55. Ann Klaus is on course.
And Klaus is a senior from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
On deck behind her is Brooke Hetherington from Arrowhead.
Here comes Ann Klaus to the finish. Ann's time is a 57.10.
Brooke Hetherington had a little slide out there.
Looks like she's going to hike up around that gate and get back on track.
On deck behind Brooke is Kate Dornacker.
And Kate will be our final racer in Seed 6 for the girls' slalom. We're looking at Brooke Hetherington, a sophomore from Arrowhead, on course. Here comes Brooke to the finish. Her time, 1.00.34. Our final racer is 281, Kate Dornacker, a junior from Slinger, Hartford.
And Kate's on course.
And here comes bib 281, Kate Dornacker, a junior from Slinger, Hartford, at the head wall. Kate will be our final racer for the girls' slalom. Here comes Kate Dornacker to the finish, and her time is a 1.01.42. That wraps up our girls' slalom for the 2025 State Ski and Snowboard Championships. And it looks like we're going to do a little bit of inspection and reset for the boys slalom. It looks like we're scheduled to do inspection from 11 to 11:30 for the boys slalom at 11:45 start, but we'll let you know if that changes.
Gate judges, attention all gate judges. 11 a.m. meeting in the race office, the tan building down below. If you're wearing a yellow vest and you're a gate judge, 11 a.m. this morning, please meet Dan Adams at the race office.
Attention, we do have a few DQs for the girls slalom. Our first DQ is bib number 266, Mia Marks. Bib 266, Mia Marks. Another DQ is 165, McKenna Hirsch. 165, McKenna Hirsch. And our final DQ is 164, Kendall Carlson. Bib 164, Kendall Carlson. You have until, and we do have another one, 256, Reese Miazga is a DQ, 256, Reese Miazga. And you have from now until 10:55 to contest your DQ. Please go to the log house by the finish, and you have 15 minutes to DQ or to contest your DQ.
Red 25.
You're going down.
It's a hut.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number one.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance.
Welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We are the Arrowhead Ski Team.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams who are here, competing, and to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend at state.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Amidst the vibrant energy and deep connection within our community, Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply stands as a place for inspiration. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardts, carrying forward our legacy. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Dan Nagy grew up racing at Osplick and later skied at St. Olaf College, and then he coached at Holy Hill. He left behind two wonderful kids, McKenna and Drew, as well as his wife Colleen. These two amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem. Have a great race!
The Nagy Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
Yeah. So the plan is 5, 4, 3, 2,
11 on, 13 in the gate.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other sport. We travel together, we train together, we push each other, we freeze together, and yet our fiercest competitors can be our closest friends.
The winner of the 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial is Stella Stinnett. Overall 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial
Ski racing friends, like Bill said, are friends for life. You all you racers here have the ability to have that sort of impact on each other and on your community, just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
This one, Grandpa.
What are you drawing?
I draw me walking a dog if I had a dog.
Where's my donut?
I have no idea.
I like your drawings.
Thank you.
At Gerhard's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhard's, carrying forward our legacy. Find your inspiration at Gerhard's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Well, we're just putting some finishing touches on this boys slalom course here as our course workers continue to prepare for an excellent race coming up. We're looking to an on-time start at 11:45 for our boys slalom. Again, many thanks to those course workers who are out there diligently making sure this course will ski well for these athletes coming up. We'll be leading off with some forerunners and then jumping into the competition for the boys state championship slalom coming up at 11:45.
Another great day of racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Mount Lacrosse is in its 65th season of providing skiing and recreation here in the La Crosse area. Mount Lacrosse, 65 years. We're at the 50th annual high school ski and snowboard championships, and 38 of those 50 have been hosted here at Mount Lacrosse. We've got a fine day for racing today. We're getting ready to send our boys slalom racers out here shortly. And we will be leading off with some forerunners as we get ready to go here this afternoon. Another great afternoon of racing on its way as we get our boys slalom guys tuned up and ready to go. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been given an all clear here to get this boys slalom ski run started here this afternoon at Mount Lacrosse. We're glad you're here with us. We've got a great day for racing, and we're getting ready to send a couple of forerunners down to give our athletes and our coaches a little bit of a look at just how this boys slalom course is going to perform here today. Starting off with a thunderation start, so we're going to use all of the elevation we have here at Mount Lacrosse and drop these skiers down the thunderation run and then here to our White House run as they come to the finish line. All of these boy racers have qualified to be here at their various conference meets around the state, so lots of hard work and preparation has gone into these racers being here today. The largest high school ski race in America being held right here, right now at beautiful Mount Lacrosse, Wisconsin. We'll be sending some forerunners down this course in just a few moments. It looks like we have a forerunner on course right now.
And if our information is correct, it's Nico Spadanuda on course.
And here's Nico at the head wall. Again, the group of folks up there on the right-hand side is called Coach's Corner. So they're watching these racers throughout the entire run as they come down our thunderation start. and move on to this White House head wall here.
And we'll have to look at the bib number to see which one of our forerunners this is. It looks like
F11. It looks like that is, we're not sure. It might be Allison Mahalik.
It could be. Anyway, thank you to our forerunners.
We apologize for not knowing exactly who these forerunners are, but we'll do our best to try to sort them out.
Our second one that's listed is Daniel Pumala. And he is now on course, or our second forerunner is on course.
Kind of a neat view as they come across that top ridge there. We can kind of see their heads bouncing across the top of that run before they drop into this head wall. We'll try to get a visual on this forerunner. They're doing a nice job with this boys slalom course here. A little different set than what the girls had, but pretty similar. We're not sure. Sorry, buddy.
Our next forerunner might be Danny Berry. Prior to him was Daniel Pumala. Sorry, we don't have that information, but we thank all of them no matter what order they're in.
And that might have been Nico Spandanuto. We're just trying to wing it here. We're sorry. We're getting these forerunners. This could be Matt Bennett. Matt Bennett from Cooley Alpine Racing. F18, Matt Bennett at the finish line, doing some forerunning for us. And next up should be Parker Canadel on course. Some of our local junior racers here. Giving these high school athletes a little something to look at here as these guys are up and coming into our high school teams. This looks like Parker Canadel did a nice job there at the final flush. And there's our final forerunner. We're going to be leading off this race this afternoon with Ian Tizak from Verona. He's a senior this year. As soon as we have a course clear, we'll be sending Ian Tizak, followed by Grayson Bruss from Arrowhead.
And now on course is bib 155, Ian Tizak from Verona area. He is approaching the head wall. He'll be followed by bib number 9, Grayson Bruss from Arrowhead.
Looks like they go from a little dark along the Thunderation Trail there into some bright sun here as they make that transition. And they got to keep the heat on no matter whether it's dark or sunny. So this is Ian Tizak, our first racer here on our boys slalom event.
And Ian is a senior from Verona, racing as an individual. And Ian finishes with a time of 50.95.
This is Grayson Bruss. Grayson did pretty well on this event last year. He was a 7th place finisher from the Arrowhead team in the boys slalom last year. So he's clearly a contender. Grayson Bruss coming towards the finish line. Again, from Team Arrowhead, and Grayson turns in a time of 47.
Ooh, looks like
we missed
finish.
a time on Grayson.
So
next racer is Carter Lorenzen from McWanago. Carter Lorenzen making his way down the course. This is Carter Lorenzen working his way. We'll try to get you a time on Grayson here in just a moment. This is Carter Lorenzen. And we'll get you a time for Carter here also.
Looks like Grayson Bruss's time is a 45.47.
And Carter Lorenzen comes in at 50.73.
Our racer on the course is 139, Mason Dorn from West Bend. Here he comes toward the finish, a senior from West Bend.
On deck is Jacob Gerend from Whitefish Bay.
Mason Dorn has a nice run of 47.21.
Jacob Gerend up next. On deck is Jackson Butsky. If we didn't give Mason's time, it's on the screen there, 47.21, Mason Dorn. Jacob Gerend is on course. He's a junior this year at Whitefish Bay, skiing as an individual. On deck behind Jacob, Jackson Butsky.
And here comes Jacob Jaron from Whitefish Bay, and has a little trouble at the head wall.
It looks like Jake may have lost a ski. So unfortunately, bib 158, Jake Gerend did not finish. Jackson Butsky up next.
And that's Jackson at the head wall. And we're looking at bib number 81, Jackson Butsky, a senior from Menominee Falls, making his way through this slalom course.
On deck behind Jackson is Peter Waterman, a junior at Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, and Partyville.
And here comes Jackson Butsky to the finish. Jackson's time is a 50.60.
Next racer on course, Peter Waterman. He's a junior this year. He did pretty well in this event last year. He was a 6th place finisher in the slalom event last year. So let's keep our eyes on Peter Waterman from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, Partyville. Peter looks like he's putting a nice run together, staying really focused in this flush.
Up next will be TJ Sondelski.
This is Peter Waterman at the finish line, and Peter's time 43.47, 43.47. Right behind him, TJ Sondelski. TJ had a 4th place finish last year. He's a senior this year, so we've got some great slalom contenders coming at us right now. This is TJ Sondelski.
And in the start is 115, Cole Brown.
TJ Sondelski moved his way to the finish line, and TJ turns in a time of 46.39.
Our next racer is 115, Cole Brown from UBLT, and there he is over the head wall. He'll be followed by our local racer, Benedict Altoff from the Logan Central Providence team.
We've got eyes on Cole Brown. Cole looks like he's having a nice run. Bib 115, Cole Brown at 46.87. Benedict Altoff on course next. Benedict, one of our local racers. His nickname is Eggs. Do you get it,
I
Amy?
get it.
Eggs Benedict. Yeah, there we go.
I love
this
Eggs
is
Benedict.
Benedict Altoff.
And in the starters, bib 87, Eli Nutowski from Middleton. This is Benedict Altoff making his way toward the finish. Bib number 50. And Eggs is a senior. And his time is a 45 flat, 45.00.
Nice time for Benedict Altoff. Eli Nutkowski is on course. He'll be followed by Finn Siebert. Eli, a junior this year at Middleton. Looks like Eli's putting a nice run together as well. We've got some really fast boys coming in this first seed. This is Eli Nutkowski, and his time 47.69. Finn Siebert is on course at the head wall.
Finn will be followed by one of our local racers, Patrick Gunderson, a senior from the AOWS squad. But we're looking at Finn Siebert from Waukesha on course. Finn is a senior from Waukesha.
Finn's having a nice run as well. Senior year here from Waukesha. Time 50.57. 50.57.
Looks like Patty Gunderson is having a little trouble at the top. Bib number 6, Patrick Gunderson on course.
That's too bad. Patrick had a good run here last year. He was an 11th place finisher in the slalom. But unfortunately, with that little slip, that may not happen. But this is Patty Gunderson back on course.
And our next racer is bib 19, Race Johnson from Ashwa Bay. Here comes Patty. He's going to get a finish. And Patty's time is a 59.20.
This is, Race Johnson. Looks like he may have skied off the course.
Our next racer is Brian Kleckner from Amherst. And he is on course. Here comes Brian Kleckner.
We're looking at Race Johnson.
Looks like Race Johnson is a DNF, bib 19. We're looking at Brian Kleckner.
Sorry, yes, Brian Kleckner out front. Race was a DNF.
And Brian is a sophomore from Amherst.
Next racer, we'll get Brian through here. Brian Kleckner's time, 48.12. Next racer, Logan Bloom from Brookfield Central. Some of you may remember Logan. He was that upside-down dude last year on this very corner, a world-famous picture taken by Steve Davis. It kind of went viral when Logan went upside down, but it's not going to happen today. Here's Logan Bloom. Had a little trouble on that corner, but here he comes.
In the start is bib 63, Zach Zanoni from Madison West. But we're looking at Logan Bloom from Brookfield Central. He's got his own fan club here, making lots of noise for Logan Bloom.
And Logan Bloom hits the finish line and turns in a time of 45.36, unofficially in the number 3 position. Zach Zanoni is on course. He's a sophomore this year from Madison West. He's out front. On deck behind him, Owen Fenig from Kettle Moraine.
We're looking at Zach Zanoni from Madison West, making his way toward the finish area. Owen Fenig in the start. Here comes Zach Zanoni. His time is a 47.37.
And it looks like Owen Fenig had a little spin out there, but he's back on course. He had a little spin out coming across the head wall.
And in the start, we have bib 42, Miles Navin from Franklin.
We're watching Owen Fenig.
And this is Owen's last slalom race of his high school career. He's a senior from Kettle Moraine.
Coming in hot behind Owen is Miles Navin. Owen Fenig at the line, 54.55. This is Miles Navin out front. On deck will be Noah McMeekin.
And in the start is Jonathan Terrell from McFarland Mount Horeb, Madison
Miles
East.
had a little trouble there.
Looks like Miles will be a did not finish. At the head wall is Noah McMeekin, a senior from Slinger, Hartford.
On deck behind Noah, Jonathan Terrell from McFarland. We're watching Noah McMeekin.
Here comes Noah McMeekin, bib 111. Noah's time is a 48.09. 48.09.
A little spin out also for Jonathan Terrell out there, McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East. Jonathan had a little spin out there, but he's back on course. On deck behind him is Reed Hearn. And Reed Hearn is at the head wall as our first place finisher last year. This is Jonathan Terrell at the line. His time, 51.69. Reed Hearn is on course again. He had this in his pocket last year as the first place winner in the slalom event last year at this event. This is Reed Hearn, sophomore from Badger.
And Reed is doing a nice job. Reed's time is a 42.97.
Unofficially the number 1 spot. Charlie Horbinski is on course in front of us. On deck behind him, Jason Lynn. This is Charlie Horbinski from Muskego, skiing as an individual.
We're watching 151. Charlie Horbinski approach the finish, and Charlie's time is a 47.76. At the head wall is Jason Lynn from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And Jason will be followed by Mitchell Henry from Marquette. Here comes Jason Lynn, senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines, to the finish. And Jason's time is a 50.96. At the head wall, it looks like Mitchell Henry had a little trouble, and I think he lost a ski. So it looks like our final racer in seed number 1, Mitchell Henry, is that did not finish.
We'll do a quick course slip here between seeds 1 and 2 while we get ready with our first racer for seed 2, and that's Trip Hillier. We do want to thank Steve Mickelson, our chief of race today, as well as our chief of course, Mike Muir and Eric Johnson. Our technical delegate today is Marcy Iverson. The Wisconsin All-State Ski and Snowboard Team Director is Rod Olson. Our finish referees is Mark Hyde today. Our chief gate judges are Dan and Jessica Adams. And timing is Scott Finch and Jason Tepp, as well as Mark Roman today. So appreciate all their help. Couldn't do it without you.
And a big thank you to all of our course workers. We have a great crew working here today, and we had a great crew yesterday as well, and hopefully tomorrow another great day. We really appreciate our volunteers and all of our gate judges, referees who come out here year after year and donate their time, and we really appreciate it. And we're going to get started with our second seed of the boys slalom. We'll start with bib 28, Trip Hillier from Badger. He'll be followed by Brett Yeager. And now on course, we have bib 28, Trip Hillier, a senior from Badger, and he'll be followed by bib 114, Brett Jagger from UBLT.
Trip looks like he's having a good run here today. A senior this year. Gorgeous race conditions out there. I know it's a little brisk if you're a spectator, but these racers are having a blast. This is Trip Hillier at the finish line, and his time 44.69, unofficially in the number 3 spot for Trip Hillier. Brett Yeager is coming across the top of the head wall. He'll be followed by Asa Ross.
We are watching Brett Yeager out in front. He's a junior from UBLT. Bib 114, Brett Yeager approaching the finish, and Brett's time is a 51.62. Up next is bib 36, Asa Ross. Here he comes. He's a senior from Franklin.
On deck behind Asa, Maddock Ferguson from Arrowhead. We're watching Asa Ross. And Asa's time, 49.99.
Maddock Ferguson is making his way toward the last few gates here. He is a senior from Arrowhead. He'll be followed by bib 124, Eston Siebert from Waukesha. Here comes Maddox Ferguson from Arrowhead
Looks like
to the
he's
finish.
having a good run.
Maddox's time is a 45.54.
Unofficially in the 7th position for Maddox. Eston Siebert is in front of us. On deck is Marcelo Dornbach. We're watching Eston Siebert.
And this is Eston's first time here at the Malt Lacrosse State Championship. He's a freshman from Waukesha. Here comes Eston Siebert to the finish. Eston's time is a 49.80.
Marcelo Dornbach at the head wall, making his way here from Brookfield Central. He's a junior this year.
He'll be followed by Mason Herda from McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East in the start.
We're watching Marcelo Dornbach. And he stays focused and turns in a time of 49.1. Next up, Mason Herda.
Looks like Mason
had a little trouble there.
So it looks like he lost his skis, so that would be a did not finish.
That's an unfortunate move for Mason. He did have a 5th place finish here last year, but he's a junior, so we'll see him next year at Slalom.
And our next racer is bib 157, Jack Hanks, a senior from Wauwatosa High School. That's Jack at the head wall. He'll be followed by Cole Hasberg from the Logan Central Providence team. We're watching Jack Hanks on course.
We're watching 157, Jack Hanks from Wauwatosa. And Jack at the finish line turns in a time of 57.8. 57.8. Next up, Cole Hasberg, one of our freshman racers from Logan Central. Looks like Cole had a little trouble and lost a ski at the head wall. Behind Cole will be Drake Butsky. He's at the head wall now.
And Drake is bib 108, a junior from Slinger, Hartford. He'll be followed by Owen Winkleman from Middleton. This is Drake Butsky making his way through this slalom course.
On deck behind Drake is Owen Winkleman from Middleton. We've got Drake Butsky working his way to the finish line. From Slinger, Hartford, Drake's time 50.13.
Our next racer is at bib 89, Owen Winkleman, a senior from Middleton. He'll be followed by 154, Grant Ale from the Verona area, racing as an individual. We're looking at Owen Winkleman, bib number 89 on course. Here he comes. Owen Winkleman's time is a 47.94.
Grant Ale is on course. He's from Verona. On deck behind Grant is Grayson Butsky.
We're looking at Grant Ale on course. And at the top is Grayson Butsky. Here comes Grant Ale. His time is a 51.68.
We've got eyes on...
Sorry, is Grayson Butsky. Grayson is a sophomore from Menominee Falls.
On deck behind Grayson will be Will Sullivan.
Here comes Grayson Butsky to the finish. Grayson's time is a 50.98.
Will Sullivan at the head wall. He's a senior this year at West Bend. On deck behind Will, Levi Walters. This is Will Sullivan.
And Will Sullivan with a nice run of 49.13.
Levi Walters off the head wall. On deck behind Levi, Albert Hayek from Wausau. Levi skiing as an individual, Catholic Memorial High School. Levi's a senior this year. He's been at this race before. This is Levi Walters. And Levi's time, 48.17.
At the head wall is Albert Hayek, bib 127, a sophomore from the Wausau area. And he'll be followed by Gavin Herstov from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. Albert Hayek on course. Here comes bib 127, Elber Hayek to the finish. His time is a 49.31.
This is Gavin Herstoff out front. He's from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie Partyville. He's a junior this year. We're watching Gavin Herstoff. On deck behind Gavin, Simon Bartos. Gavin Herstoff at the finish line. His time, 43.42, unofficially the number 2 spot.
It looks like Simon Bartos had trouble at the top, but he has his skis on.
It was a nice run for Gavin. We'll get Simon turned around here and get him started again. On deck behind Simon will be Orion Wilson from Madison. Simon doing a little hiking, teaching us a little bit about persistence here. He's back around the gate. Here comes Simon Bartos.
We're watching bib 69, Simon Bartos, a senior from Marquette. He's looking to get a team finish here. Simon Bartos with a time of 1.19.57.
Next up, Orion Wilson, a junior this year at Madison West. On deck behind Orion is Cullen Sackman, one of our local racers.
And there's Orion Wilson at the head wall, bib number 61. Orion doing a nice job. He's a junior from Madison West. Cullen Sackman in the start.
We're watching Orion Wilson at the finish line, and Orion's time, 47.36. We've got Cullen Sackman at the head wall.
In the gate is 47, Theo Johnson from Kettle Moraine. We're watching Cullen Sackman on course.
Cullen, a senior this year. Been enjoyed watching him throughout the Western Conference Series this year. Skiing here at Mount Lacrosse each Wednesday. This is Cullen Sackman at the finish line. His time, 46.12, inside a top 10 finish there, unofficially for Cullen Sackman. Theo Johnson is in front of us. On deck is Ben Olson.
We're watching Theo Johnson, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine, bib 47 as he approaches the final gates. And Theo's time is a 46.26.
Here's Ben Olson. Looks like he skied out at the head wall.
Bib 99, Ben Olson did not finish, unfortunately. Our next racer is bib 17, Logan Gilbert. It's junior from Ashwa Bay. And Logan will be followed by Jax Doms from Mukwonago to wrap up our second seed.
And Logan had a little oops there at the head wall. It looks like we have some changing conditions up there.
So we lost a ski.
Looks like Logan Gilbert will also be a DNF as he lost a ski. As soon as he gets cleared up, we'll be sending Jax Doms from Mukwonago. He'll be ending up our seed number 2. Here comes Jax Doms.
And this is Jack's first time here at the state meet. He's a freshman from Mukwonago.
Jax looks like he's putting a pretty nice run together.
Here comes Jax Doms to the finish with a time of 46.53.
Nice time for Jax Doms as a freshman, unofficially in the number 12 spot.
That wraps up our second seed of the boys' slalom. We'll continue after a slip with the third seed.
Well, our course workers have got our slalom course looking good again for this next seed coming up. Our first skier in the third seed will be Jimmy Berry. Jimmy's a junior this year at Marquette. On deck behind Jimmy, August Nigelson from Aquanago.
And just a reminder, this is something new, I guess it's not a reminder, but after the boys slalom, our chief of race has asked that all the boys slalom racers go back to the top to do a side slip at the end of the race to help move some snow for the girls GS. So
and here's our next racer on course, Jimmy Berry at the head wall. As I mentioned, he's a junior from Marquette. On deck behind Jimmy, August Nigelson. This is Jimmy Berry, a junior this year at Marquette. Jimmy's time, 49.03. On course now, August Nigelson from Aquanago. On deck behind August, Håkan Hegland.
And he'll be followed by one of our local racers, Zach Adams, from the Logan Central Providence team.
This is August Nigelson from Aquanago.
Comes August to the finish. His time is a 50.71. At the head wall is Håkan Hegland from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie and maybe Partyville. Håkan or Hakan, we're not quite sure, but he's having a nice run.
Behind him, Zach Adams.
Here comes bib 142, Håkan Hegland with a time of 46.39.
This is Zach Adams on course. He's a senior this year at La Crosse Central. Both his mom and dad involved today as gate judges. This is Zach Adams.
Bib number 56. In the start is Matthew Burdett from Verona. Here comes Zach Adams to the finish.
Zach Adams at the line, 48.01. Nice run for Zach. Matthew Burdett is on course out in front of us.
And in the start will be Gus Wolf from Arrowhead.
We're watching Matthew Burdett.
Matthew is a junior from the Verona area team. And not far behind him is Gus Wolf from Arrowhead, a senior from Arrowhead. We're watching as Matthew Burdett from Verona approaches the finish. Matthew's time is a 58.90.
Gus Wolf making his way down the last part of this run. A senior this year from Arrowhead. On deck behind Gus, Mason McGurn. We're watching Gus Wolf at the finish line, and Gus's time, 45.5, inside the top 10 for Gus Wolf.
Our next racer is bib 34, Mason McGurn, a freshman from Brookfield Central.
On deck behind Mason, Bergen Fisher. This is Mason McGurn.
Brookfield Central fans are going wild for Mason McGurn here. His first time at the state meet as a freshman. Bib number 34, Mason McGurn finishing up with a time of 56.13.
Bergen Fisher is up next. On deck behind Bergen will be Lincoln Kane. Looks like Bergen is possibly off the course and is a DNF. So Lincoln Kane will be up next. 113 Bergen Fisher is a DNF.
In the gate is 152 Eric Alfredson from Muskego. So just a repeat, bib 113 Bergen Fisher did not finish.
Lincoln Kane on course. And from the dark and into the sun comes Lincoln Kane. On deck behind Lincoln, Eric Alfredson.
And Lincoln kind of blew up a little bit of snow there, but he is back on track. Lincoln Kane from Slinger Hartford making his way through the course. Bib 152, Eric Alfredson from Muskego is in the gate. Here comes Lincoln Kane, a sophomore from Slinger Hartford, to the finish. And Lincoln's time is a 53.37.
Right behind Lincoln is Eric Alfredson. Hope I'm saying that correctly, Eric. He's a junior at Muskego, skiing as an individual.
He'll be followed by bib 128, Grant Russell, a senior from Wausau area. We're looking at Eric Alfredson from Muskego.
Eric Alfredson making his way to the finish line, representing Muskego High School as an individual, 1.00.71.
On course now is Grant Russell from Wausau West East, DC Everest. He's bib 128. He'll be followed by 105, Weiler Koput from Rhinelander area. Here comes Grant Russell to the finish, and Grant's time is a 50.37.
Weiler Kaput looks like he had a little trouble at the top, but he's getting it back on track. Weiler, a freshman this year at Rhinelander Northern Pines.
In the start is Logan Roush from Ashua Bay. Here comes Weiler Koput from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And Weiler's time is at 51.70. Our next racer is bib 18, Logan Roush, sophomore from Ashua Bay.
Here comes Logan. Behind Logan will be Peter Miller from Catholic Memorial. We've got Logan Roush out front, a sophomore at Ashua Bay. And Logan's time, 51.15. Peter Miller is on course. Peter, a junior this year at Catholic Memorial. On deck behind Peter, Fletcher Verheyen.
And we're looking at bib 150, Peter Miller on course.
And coming in at the head wall is Fletcher Verheyen.
Here comes Peter Miller to the finish. His time is a 56.68.
Fletcher Verheyen out front. On deck behind Fletcher, Quinn Odell.
We're looking at Fletcher Verheyen, a sophomore from Menominee Falls, as he finishes. His time is a 50.91.
On course next is Quinn Odell. On deck is Cadell Donovan.
And it looks like we have a slight pause. We're going to get back to racing in just a minute.
This is now, should be Quinn Odell. Sorry, it looks like we had a little timing restart, but we have Quinn Odell on course. On deck behind Quinn, Cadell Donovan. Here comes Quinn Odell at the head wall.
Quinn is a junior from Oconomowoc High School. He'll be followed by bib 57, Cadell Donovan, a junior from Madison West. We're watching Quinn Odell on course. Here comes Quinn. Quinn's time is a 52.88.
Cadell Donovan is on course at the head wall. On deck is Wesley Whitesides. Cadell Donovan is who we're watching out front. Cadell's a junior this year, Madison West.
Here comes Cadell Donovan finishing with a 49.57. On course is bib 48, Wesley Whitesides, a senior from Cattle Moraine. There's Wesley at the head wall.
On deck behind Wesley is John Lynch.
We're looking at bib 48, Wesley Whitesides, senior from Kettle Moraine. Here comes Wesley to the finish. His time is a 50.64, 50.64. On course is John Lynch, a sophomore from Badger, and he'll be followed by Alexander Feltz from McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East. Here comes John Lynch from Badger. John's time is a 45.33. A nice time for John Lynch.
Alexander Feltz at the head wall. Behind Alexander on deck is John Gerke from our local AOWS team. Looks like Alexander may have had a little slide out there, but he's back on track. Again on deck is John Gerke. John Gerke at the head wall.
We're watching as Alexander Feltz makes his way to the finish. His time is a 53.30.
John Gerke's been racing really well this year in our Western Conference Series.
In the start is 120 Ann Ping Engstrom from Waukesha.
We're watching Jonathan Gerke, a sophomore this year on the AOWS team. John Gerke's time at the line, 45.62, unofficially in the 11th spot.
Now on course is bib 120 Ann Ping Engstrom, a senior from Waukesha. And there he is at the head wall. He'll be followed by Colin Burke from Middleton. We're watching Ann Ping Engstrom from Waukesha make his way to the finish. And Ann Ping's time is a 53.84. Our next racer is Colin Burke from Middleton.
On deck behind Colin, Charlie Monkoski from West Bend. We've got eyes on Colin Burke. Nice consistent turns from Colin there through that flush. Charlie Monkoski at the head wall. Colin Burke at the finish line, 51.21.
In the gate is 41 Eli Lewandowski from Franklin. We're looking at Colin Burke from Middleton.
This is Charlie Monkoski. Charlie Monkoski on course. Sophomore from West Bend. And Charlie's time, 47.12.
And wrapping up our third seed is bib 41 Eli Lewandowski, a senior from Franklin at the head wall. We're watching bib 41, Eli Lewandowski from Franklin on course. And Eli is our final racer in seed number 3. His time is a 56.98. We'll be back with our fourth seed after our volunteers do a quick slip of the course.
It looks like our course has been cleared to jump into this next seed. We will be leading off seed number 4 here with racer number 59. It'll be Magnus Oisted from Madison West. On deck behind Magnus will be Finn Thompson. Finn's a junior at Kettle Moraine. We've got Magnus Oisted on course.
And there's Magnus at the head wall, bib 59, a senior from Madison West, to start off our 4th seed of the boys slalom. In the start is bib 44, Finn Thompson from Kettle Moraine. We're watching Magnus Oisted make his way toward the finish. And Magnus's time is a 50.88.
Up next, Finn Thompson at the head wall. He's a junior this year from Kettle Moraine. On deck behind Finn, Griffin Schumacher from Middleton. We've got eyes on Finn Thompson.
Here comes Finn Thompson to the finish area, and Finn's time is a 49.85. Our next racer is Griffin Schumacher, and Griffin is a senior from Middleton.
Griffin is on course. On deck behind Griffin, Liam Prost from UBLT. We're watching Griffin Schumacher at the head wall, a senior this year from Middleton. I believe the Middleton racers train at Cascade, if I'm not mistaken. We're watching bib 88, Griffin Schumacher. The last race for Griffin on the slalom side of things, and Griffin's time 50.49. 50.49. Liam Prost is up next. He's at the head wall.
In the start is bib 82, Jake Corchain, a junior from Menominee Falls. We're looking at Liam Prost, bib 116 on course. Approaching the head wall is Jake Corchain. Here comes Liam Prost to the finish, and Liam's time is a 1.01.42.
Out in front of us is Jake Corchain. Jake is a junior this year at Menominee Falls. On deck is Caden Davenport from Slinger. This is Jake Corchain. And Jake hits the finish line with a time of 56.03.
At the head wall is bib 107, Caden Davenport, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford.
On deck behind Caden is Holden Schmitz from Rhinelander.
We are in the 4th seed of the boys slalom, looking at 107, Caden Davenport.
Holden Schmitz at the head wall.
Here comes Caden. Caden's time is a 56.87. Holden Schmitz on course. Holden is a junior from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. He'll be followed by Caden Werner from Ashwa Bay. This is Holden Schmitz making his way to the finish. Bib number 102. And Holden's time is a 54.16. At the head wall is Caden Werner from Ashwa Bay. And it looks like Caden had some trouble at the top and lost a ski. Unfortunately, bib 16, Caden Werner, did not finish. Our next racer is 126, Ian Roberts, a senior from Waukesha. And Ian is at the head wall. He'll be followed by bib 30, James Nova, a sophomore from Brookfield Central. At the head wall is Ian Roberts. And And we're watching bib 126, a senior from Waukesha, Ian Roberts, making his way to the finish. James Nova at the top of the course. Ian Roberts' time is a 1.00.26.
This is James Nova at the head wall, a sophomore this year. On deck behind James is Tegan Schott, a local racer. We're watching James Nova, a sophomore this year, Brookfield Central. Brookfield always brings a strong team to the state meet. Looks like a strong sophomore here in James Nova. And his time, 52.38.
At the head wall is bib 7, Tegan Schott, a junior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
On deck behind Tegan, Desi Anderson from Franklin. We're watching Tegan Schott.
We're about halfway through our boys slalom, 4th seed. Looking at Tegan Schott approach the finish. Tegan's time is a 56.22.
At the head wall is Desi Anderson. Desi, a senior this year at Franklin. On deck, Bobby Wendt from Marquette. We're watching Desi Anderson. Have a little trouble there.
He's going to do a little hiking past that gate.
Gate judge telling him where he needs to be to get credit for this run. So up around that gate.
It looks like Desi Anderson is back on course. Bib number 40, a senior from Franklin. Following Desi will be Bobby Wendt from Marquette. Looks like Bobby Wendt is at the head wall. This is Desi Anderson from Franklin finishing up. Desi's time is a 1.27.13.
Bobby Wendt making his way down the head wall here and moving into our finish area. On deck is Owen Purdon. This is Bobby Wendt making the last few turns here in this flush. And Bobby crosses with a time of 49.24. Owen Purdon up next. He's a freshman this year at McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East. This is Owen Purdon.
He'll be followed by Braden Patterson from Arrowhead. And Braden Patterson from Arrowhead is at the head wall. We're looking at Owen Purdon approach the finish. Owen's time is a 55.18.
Braden got in the back seat there at the head wall, but looks like he stood it right back up. We're watching Braden Patterson of Arrowhead. Taking his last run of his slalom career, at least here at the State High School Championships. Braden Patterson from Arrowhead at the line, 47.44. Henry Melzel up next from Mukwonago. He's at the head wall.
He'll be followed by James Allen from the Wisconsin Dells area. We're looking at bib 95, Henry Melzel, a senior from Mukwonago, on course. James Allen in the start.
James Allen actually at the head wall, right behind him. We're watching Henry Melzel from Mukwonago. And Henry at the finish line with a time of 59.53. This is James Allen out front. He's a freshman this year.
In the start is Andre Pumala from West Bend.
We're watching James Allen. And James turns in a time of 50.10.
At the head wall is bib 134, Andre Pumala. Looks like he lost a ski.
Looks like he may be 134, a DNF. He did lose a ski. So next skier will be Simon Wolf, a sophomore from Wausau West, East, and DC Everest. Those guys train at Granite Peak. Simon Wolf will be followed by Oliver Gray. Simon Wolf at the head wall.
And wrapping up the seed will be bib 52, Kaya Lee, a freshman from the Logan Central Providence. We're looking at Simon Wolf on course. Oliver Gray in the start.
And here comes Oliver Gray at the head wall. Simon Wolf at the finish, 49.89. Oliver Gray making his way to the finish line. On deck, Kea Lee. We're watching Oliver Gray. Oliver having a nice run here on this bottom pitch, and Oliver turns in a time of 47.12. Kea Lee at the head wall, one of our local racers from the Logan Central Providence team. Kea is a freshman this year.
And a shout out to Kea's parents, Abby and Mark Lee, thanking them for all their support for ski racing. Kea is doing a great job here, bib 52, Kea Lee on course. And here he comes to the finish. Kea's time is a 50.12 to wrap up our 4th seed of the boys slalom.
We'll do some quick course work here, a little course slip from all of our able-bodied volunteers as we prepare our 5th seed racer. A leadoff will be Oliver Gartler from Madison West. You know, Amy, it's funny. We teach these guys how to ski race, and then at the end of their careers, we have to teach them how to snowplow. So, some pretty good ski racers out there snowplow, and it's kind of cool to watch.
That's right. I just continued to snowplow. I never got good.
Looks like we're getting this course cleared for seed number 5. The leadoff skier there, bib 60, Oliver Gartler from Madison. On deck behind Oliver, Ty Eriksmoen.
And we are starting our 5th seed here at the Wisconsin High School State Ski Championship.
Oliver Gartler's on course.
And he'll be followed by a local racer, Ty Eriksmoen, a freshman from the Logan Central Providence team.
Here's Oliver Gartler at the head wall.
And Oliver's a senior from Madison West. And it looks like Oliver lost his ski. Unfortunately, Oliver Gartler did not finish.
Right behind him will be coming Ty Eriksmoen, a freshman from Logan Central. Behind Ty, Dane Schmidt from West Bend. Ty Eriksmoen is on course.
There's Ty at the head wall, bib number 55.
Following Ty will be Dane Schmidt. We're watching freshman Ty Eriksmoen. And at the head wall is Dane Schmidt. This is Ty Eriksmoen making his way to the finish line. And Ty turns in a time of 59.04. Dane Schmidt on course. On deck behind Dane, Carter Sagan.
And we're watching as bib 137, Dane Schmidt, a freshman from West Bend, approaches the finish. And Dane's time is a 50.54.
Carter Sagan up next.
And in the start will be bib 15, Gavin Olson from Ashwa Bay.
Carter Sagan is on course and almost at the head wall.
there's Carter Sagan, a senior from Franklin, at the head wall. In the start is Gavin Olson.
Gavin Olson making his way to the head wall. We'll have two racers on the front course here. Up front is Carter Sagan.
And at the head wall is Gavin Olson.
Carter Sagan heads to the finish line. Carter from Franklin turns in a time of 1.15.11. Gavin Olson up next.
And in the start, Anderson Greenberg from Badger. Anderson actually is approaching the head wall.
Here's Gavin Olson at the finish, 53.94. This is Anderson Greenberg next.
In the start is Augie Spence from Kettle Moraine. We're watching bib 22, a sophomore from Badger, Anderson Greenberg, on course. Augie Spence at the head wall. Here comes Anderson Greenberg to the finish. His time is a 48.14.
Augie Spence coming our way. He's a junior this year at Kettle Moraine. On deck behind Augie, Eli Rapenchek from Rhinelander. We're watching Augie Spence. Augie staying focused in this final flush here. And Augie's time, 50.65. Eli Rapenchek at the head wall from Rhinelander Northern Pines. On deck behind Eli, Jay Grokowski. Eli, a sophomore this year. The Rhinelander fans always represent. Make some noise, you guys.
Here comes Eli Rapenchek to the finish. Bib 100. Eli's time is a 53.15.
Jay Grokowski is next. He's from Mukwonago at the head wall, a little below.
In the start is Will Barco, a freshman from UBLT.
We're watching Jay Grokowski. Jay, a senior this year at Mukwonago. Jay Grokowski at the finish line. And his time, 59.96. Will Barco working his way towards us with Keegan Nye on deck.
And it looks like Will had a little trouble there, but his skis are still on, so he's going to do a little hiking. At the head wall is Keegan Nye from Wausau West area. So we're going to do an overtake here. Keegan Nye, a senior from Wausau West East. DC Everest overtaking Will Barco.
Keegan Nye on course. And Keegan is a senior this year, turning in a time of 51.12.
Bib 119, Will Barco, as it did not finish.
This is Josh DeLong out front. He's a junior this year at Menominee Falls. On deck behind Josh, Kyle Wang.
Here comes Josh DeLong to the finish. Josh's time is a 56.99. And another reminder for all the boys slalom racers, please report to the top of the course after the race. We're asking you to do a side slip to help move some snow for the girls' GS race. So if you are sticking around, please go to the top of the course after the slalom race and help out pushing some snow.
Here's Kyle Wang at the head wall. Kyle, a freshman this year from Wisconsin Dells area. On deck behind Kyle, William Gibson from McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East. Out in front of us, we have Kyle Wang.
Here comes Kyle, a freshman from the Wisconsin Dells area. Kyle Wang's time is a 49.42.
William Gibson up next from McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East. On deck behind William Gibson, Johnny Dempsey. This is William Gibson at the head wall.
And Will is a freshman from McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East team. Bib number 76, William Gibson on course. He'll be followed by Johnny Dempsey, a senior from Arrowhead. There's Johnny Dempsey at the head wall. In front of us is William Gibson from McFarland, Mount Hora, Madison East. Here comes William finishing up with a 1.00.65.
Johnny Dempsey, a senior from Arrowhead, looks like he's cranking one together here. He's got his fans on fire. Johnny Dempsey at the finish line from Arrowhead with a time of 46.51. Good time for Johnny Dempsey. Jack Dornecker is out in front of us. On deck, Will Seaborg.
And Jack Dornecker, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford. So this is his first slalom at the state championship. Doing a good job. At the head wall is Will Seaborg from Middleton. Here comes Jack Dornecker to the finish. Jack's time is a 55.39.
Looks like Will Seaborg, 91, will be a DNF, skied out of the course. Next racer, Joseph Kiep from Brookfield Central. Joseph wearing bib 31. He's a senior this year. On deck behind Joseph, Matt Arsenault. Here comes Will Seaborg.
Nope, Will
I'm
was
sorry,
DNF.
Joseph Kiep.
I don't know how to, if it's Keep, Coop?
Keep or Kiep? We're going to go with Kiep.
Coop. Anyway, Joseph from Brookfield Central is on course. Following him will be Matt Arsenault. At the head wall is bib 5, Matt Arsenault from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Out front here is Joseph Keep Coop from Brookfield Central.
His time, 105.61 for Joseph. We've got Matt Arsenault out front, a senior this year from the AOWS team. Local lacrosse racer, Matt Arsenault.
At the head wall is Joseph Davis, a junior from Marquette.
Matt's time, 51.12. Joe Davis on course.
Our final racer for Seed 5 will be Carson Gordon from Waukesha.
Joe Davis working his way our way. A junior this year from Marquette. Rounding out getting near the end of our seed number 5, Joe Davis working his way to the finish line. Joe's time, 51.99. This is Carson Gordon at the head wall. He's a senior this year from Waukesha. Carson rounding out seed number 5.
Here comes bib 123, Carson Gordon from Waukesha, finishing up with a time of 1.00.21. That wraps up our 5th seed of the boys slalom. We'll do a quick slip here and come back for our 6th seed of the boys slalom. Again, a reminder to all boys skiers, if you could go to the top of the course after the 6th seed and do a side slip to help move some snow for the girls' GS race. That would be greatly appreciated.
Coaches and friends and family can help with that too. If you got some skis on, go give those guys a hand and get that course ready to go. looks like we have Ian Soltwadell on course.
We're starting off our 6th seed with bib number 80, Ian Soltwadell, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. He'll be followed by Alexander Schmitz, a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. We're watching Ian Soltwadell, a sophomore from Menominee Falls, bib number 80 as he's finishing up. And his time is a 1.04.23.
Alexander Schmitz at the head wall. Alex is a sophomore this year at Slinger, Hartford. On deck behind Alex will be Wyatt Gavin, freshman at McFarland, Mount Horeb, Madison East.
We're looking at Alexander Schmitz, bib 106 at the head wall. Approaching the head wall now is Wyatt Gavin, a freshman from the McFarland Mount Horeb Madison East team. Out in front of us right now is Wyatt Gavin. Nope, I'm so sorry. Alexander Schmitz. Sorry, Alex. Your time was a 1.04.95. Wyatt Gavin on course right now. In the start, bib 53, Liam Dreesen.
This is Wyatt Gavin at the finish line. And Wyatt turns in a time of 54.46. On course next, Liam Dreesen, a senior this year from our Lacrosse Logan Central team. On deck behind Liam, Brandon Schatzman from Waukesha. We're watching Liam Dreesen.
Liam's final slalom race of his high school career. Here he comes, bib 53. Liam Dreesen to the finish, and Liam's time is a 56.93. Our next racer is Brandon Schatzman. There he is at the head wall. He's a junior from Waukesha. Brandon will be followed by bib 135, Caleb Rands, a freshman from West Bend. And Caleb is at the head wall. Out in front is Brandon Schatzman from Waukesha. Here he comes, bib 122, Brandon Schatzman. His time, 1.05.94. Up next is Caleb Rands, a freshman from West Bend.
We've got Caleb out in front of us here. And right behind Caleb is going to be coming Ryan Muir from UBLT. We're watching Caleb Rands in the last few gates. And Caleb turns in a time of 55.93.
At the head wall is bib 118, Ryan Meyer, a freshman from UBLT.
On deck behind Ryan, Theodore Sipple from Marquette. We're watching Ryan Meyer.
Approaching the last few gates is bib 118, Ryan Meyer. And Ryan's time is a 1.03.59.
Next racer, Theodore Sipple, is on course. He's working his way towards the head wall here. On deck behind Theodore, Denny Zhang from Franklin. This is Theodore Sipple making his way across the top of the head wall here and dropping into the White House run. It appears maybe we have Denny Zhang on course. Theodore Sipple is a DNF. So this, I'm sorry, is Denny Zhang.
And Denny will be followed by Isaac Finch, a senior from AOWS. So we're looking at Denny Zhang, a sophomore from Franklin. And Denny's time is a 1.05.22.
Isaac Finch up next. Isaac's dad, Scott, one of our chief timing folks here in our racing series at Mount Lacrosse, as well as a Mount Lacrosse ski patroller. So Isaac Finch coming up next. He's on course. And he's nearing the head wall. On deck behind Isaac, Henry Schmitz. This is Isaac Finch.
And Isaac is a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Bib number 3.
Isaac Finch making his way towards the finish line on this final flush here. Isaac Finch crosses with a time of 56.08. Henry Schmitz at the head wall. On deck behind Henry, Jimmy Kirschlager. Henry Schmitz making his way down the course.
Henry is a freshman from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. Henry is getting a lot of support from his fans from the Rhinelander Northern Pines area. Henry Schmitz's time is a 1.00.19.
Jimmy Kirschlager working his way down the course. On deck behind him, Maximilian Makowski. This is Jimmy Kirschlager.
And in the start is 1:45, Maximilian Makowski. As Rich said, this is Jimmy Kirschlager finishing up 49.48.
We've got Maximilian at the head wall. On deck behind him, Clyde Ray. We're watching Max Makowski.
And Max is a junior from the Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie Partyville area. Oh, looks like we have 147, Tristan Holman on course. There must have been a substitution. So we're looking at 147, Tristan Holman, as he wraps it up with a 55.63. And we think it might be Clyde Ray. Yep, Clyde Ray.
Here comes Clyde.
From Brookfield Central on course. And in the start is bib 13, Josh Zergabel from Arrowhead. Out front is Clyde Ray from Brookfield Central. And Clyde had a little bit of a bobble, but hopefully he can get a finish. Looks like we'll have an overtake here with Josh Zergabel. Josh's time is a 50.64. And then we'll get a time for Clyde Ray.
And it looks like we've maybe had a spin out up there of Milo Macram, who may get back on course. Sorry we missed the introduction for Willow. Had a lot going on down here with that overtake. This is Willow Macram.
Looks like Clyde Ray's time is a 1.25.27. Willow Macram from Ashua Bay on course. He'll be followed by Drew Lindsay from Middleton.
That's Willow Macram at the line. Whoops. Didn't get a finish for Willow. Drew Lindsay is up next. On deck behind Drew, Jack Armstrong from Kettle Moraine.
We're down to our last 5 boys slalom racers for the day.
From the chief of race, would all the boy racers please head to the top of the run to help slip this course for our next race. So if you're done racing, please move your way to the top of the Thunderation course so you can help prepare this course for our next race. Also, gate judges meeting at 1:45 in the race office. If you're wearing a yellow vest, you're a gate judge, and we need to see you at 1:45 in the race office. We've got Drew Lindsay on course. Drew is a senior this year from Middleton. And behind Drew, Jack Armstrong. Drew Lindsay working his way towards us. There's Drew Lindsay at the head wall. We're watching Drew Lindsay. And Drew Lindsay from Middleton at the finish line with a time of 53.61.
We're looking at Jack Armstrong from Kettle Moraine in front of us. He'll be followed by Zach Dufresne from Madison West. Here's Jack Armstrong, bib 45, from Kettle Moraine, approaching the finish.
And Jack turns in a time of 1.00.27. Zach Dufresne up next, and he's coming our way. On deck is Woody Tischer. We're watching Zach Dufresne. He's a junior this year at Madison West.
In the start is bib 132, Woody Tischer. He's a senior from the Wausau West area, followed up with Connor Bites from Mukwonago.
And Zach Dufresne's time, 102.72. 102.72.
We're looking at Woody Tischer on course. Bib number 132, making his way toward the finish. And our final racer for the boys today, bib 94, Connor Bites, a senior from Mukwonago, approaching the head wall. Here comes Woody Tischer to the finish. Woody's time is a 59.64.
It looks like Connor had a little trouble at the head wall there, but he's back up and running. Connor Bites from Mukwonago. Don't make me spell it. I can say it. Mukwonago. Here comes Connor Bites. An announcement, if you can hear me and you're a boy racer, please head to the top of the course to help slip this course before the next race. We're watching Connor Bites, a senior from Mukwonago. Our final racer in the boys slalom race here today, 1.02.73. 102.73. That'll wrap it up for our boys slalom here this afternoon. We're going to take some time to reset the course and get things ready for an approximate 2:30 start for the girls giant slalom. Once again, we'd like to thank our Tier 1 sponsors of First Supply, Gerhard's Kitchen and Bath Stores, and Matthey Construction, and Explore Lacrosse. Without their support and the support of all of our sponsors, we would not be able to put on this event. So again, Gerhard's Kitchen and Bath Stores, First Supply, Matthey Construction, and Explore Lacrosse. We could not do this without you. Thank you so much for being Tier 1 sponsors of the WIARA, WIARA, Wisconsin Independent Alpine Racing Association, Alpine Ski Championships here at Mount Lacrosse. Your attention, please. We do have one DQ to report for the boys' slalom race. Bib 157, Jack Hanks. Repeating, bib 157, Jack Hanks in the boys' slalom. This will be able to be challenged for 15 minutes, ending at 1:31 p.m. today. This notice will be posted on the log house over by the finish line.
As our racers inspect the course here this afternoon, we'd like to give some recognition to some of our great sponsors that we could not do this event without. We'd like to thank Pellinger Electric, who've been powering homes and businesses since 1970. It's a family-owned and quality-driven organization here in La Crosse. Brian Pellinger and Pellinger Electric, thank you. Fowler and Hammer has provided the tri-state region with professional commercial construction services since 1963. From pre-construction planning through project completion, Fowler and Hammer is dedicated to providing exceptional work at a great value. Our friends at Seoul Alpine Performance Optics. They are a proud sponsor of the WIARA State Championships and the U.S. Snowboard Racing Team. Dahl Automotive keeps people moving. The Dan Nagy Memorial Ski Race is hosted here at Mount La Crosse, and it's intended to preserve the legacy of Dan Nagy, a prominent ski racer and coach from Heartland, Wisconsin. All through camaraderie of ski racing. The Nagy Memorial is now the largest ski race in the United States with over 640 races competing in FIS and USSA races over a 2-day period. The Nagy Alpine Growth Scholarship is a nonprofit organization devoted to fostering sportsmanship, ski racing, and higher education. Darylyn Power is a proud supporter of the 2025 WIARA State Ski and Snowboard Championships, and they'd like to wish all of the athletes good luck competing this weekend. Again, our great sponsors are very helpful in putting this event together, and without their support, we could not do it. A special thanks to our Tier 1 sponsors of First Supply, Gerhard's Kitchen and Bath Stores, Matthey Construction Company, and Explore La Crosse for their support in producing this great event. recognizing a couple more of our sponsors here at the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Alpine Ski Racing Championships. Brennan Marine has been a longtime local sponsor. And J.F. Brennan Company. They're a family-owned and operated marine construction firm that's making waves in environmental remediation, dam rehabilitation, commercial diving, and renewable energy initiatives. As a 7-time Great Place to Work certified business, Brennan may be more than a century old, but they're just getting started. Dive into all that Brennan does within the La Crosse community and abroad at jfbrennan.com. Also, our friends at Acre Properties here in La Crosse, they're always buying commercial real estate. You can give them a call if you have a property that you'd like them to consider. They're hoping all these athletes have a great state meet. We're just getting ready to close off the inspection here in a few more minutes. These athletes are just taking a final look at this course. We're hoping for an on-time start at 2:30 p.m. where we'll be re-engaging with the girls' giant slalom race here at Mount La Crosse.
Red 25.
You're going down.
It's a hut.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number one.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance.
Welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We are the Arrowhead Ski Team.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams who are here, competing, and to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend at state.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Amidst the vibrant energy and deep connection within our community, Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply stands as a place for inspiration. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardts, carrying forward our legacy. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Dan Nagy grew up racing at Osplick and later skied at St. Olaf College, and then he coached at Holy Hill. He left behind two wonderful kids, McKenna and Drew, as well as his wife Colleen. These two amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem. Have a great race!
The Nagy Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
Yeah. So the plan is 5, 4, 3,
11 on, 13 in the gate.
Final preparations are underway for our girls' giant slalom race coming up for very, very soon. We're just getting some final work done to the course here.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other sport. We travel together, we train together, we push each other, we freeze together, and yet our fiercest competitors can be our closest friends.
The winner of the 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial is Stella Stinnett.
That's a wonderful picture, Tony.
Overall 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial winner is Ethan Ross.
Ski racing friends, like Bill said, are friends for life. You all you racers here have the ability to have that sort of impact on each other and on your community, just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
This one, Grandpa.
What are you drawing?
I draw me walking a dog if I had a dog.
Where's my donut?
I have no idea.
I like your drawings.
Thank you.
At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardt's, carrying forward our legacy. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
And here comes our first forerunner. We've got Allison Mayalik opening up the girls' giant slalom course here for us today. This is Allie Mayalik, our first forerunner. Behind Allison will be Rossi Morgan. Every skier likes first tracks, and these forerunners certainly like to be the first ones down the course just to see how it skis and how it's laid out. This is Rossi Morgan. Whoa, good recovery there by Rossi. And here's our second forerunner, Rossi Morgan. Up next, Belle Berry. Again, a long race for these guys and gals today. Thunderation start. Here's Belle Berry. They start up at the top start house in Thunderation. Kind of a dark stretch there, and then pop into the sunlight for this finishing few turns on the GS course. Some nice turns here from Belle Berry, our third forerunner. Thank you, Belle. Piper Canadal up next. And here's Piper at the head wall. Piper will be followed by a forerunner, Tucker Adams. Back in the booth here with Amy Schwartz. My name is Rich Rice. We've sure enjoyed our day of ski racing here at Mount Lacrosse. And that's Piper Canale. Tucker Adams will be our last forerunner. And this is Tucker Adams making his way down this girls' giant slalom course. And we want to thank all of our forerunners, Allison, Rossi, Belle, Piper, and Tucker, for giving us a little forerun and a little look at this course. Our first racer on deck and ready to go is Ellie Hearn. She's a senior this year from Badger. And she'll be followed by Olivia Mahalik. We'll just get our race officials to clear this course, and we'll be sending Ellie Hearn. Just a reminder, there will be an award ceremony immediately following the girls' giant slalom race here in the finish area. And we have Ellie Hearn on course. Ellie, a senior this year from Badger, and she's at the head wall. Ellie was 9th in this event last year. Ellie's a very strong skier in all 3 events. So we've got Ellie Hearn out in front. Behind her, Olivia Mahalik from Superior. This is Ellie Hearn at the finish line, and her time 34.65.
Our next racer is 3:06, Olivia Mahalik, a junior from Superior. And she'll be followed by Sadie Schmidt, a junior from West Bend.
Really seeing some strong racing out of these girls this weekend. They had their slalom race this morning and now in the giant slalom. So again, faster speeds, bigger turns, and wide open. This is Olivia Mahalik.
Here she comes, Olivia Mahalik, finishing up with a 35.61.
On course now is going to be Sadie Schmidt. Sadie Schmidt is a junior this year at West Bend. Yes, at West Bend.
And she'll be followed by Lauren Bickler, a senior from Menominee Falls. That's Sadie Schmidt at the head wall, bib 302.
Sadie looks like she got out the front there a little bit, but recovered nicely. She really took some big speed into those top turns there off the head wall. This is Sadie Schmidt. Next up is Lauren Bickler. Sadie's time, 38.97. Lauren Bickler is on course. She was second in this event last year, and she's up next, a senior from Menominee Falls.
And in the start will be Annalise Hauer, a senior from Arrowhead.
Here's Lauren Bickler. Again, second place last year. She's one to watch. This is Lauren Bickler. And Lauren's time, 35.32, 35.32.
Up next is Annalise Hauer, a senior from Arrowhead. We'll see what Annalise can do here. She's bib number 167. She'll be followed by Ava Lindsley from Middleton. There's Annalise Hauer at the head wall. This is her last race at the 2025 State High School Championships. Doing a great job. Annalise Hauer making her way to the finish. And Annalise's time is a 36.14.
On course next is Anika Tanky from the Franklin High School. She's a freshman, bib 304.
But first we have Ava Lindsay at 2:43 from Middleton, and she is at the head wall. And then we'll have Anika Tanky right after Ava. We're looking at 2:43, Ava Lindsay from Middleton, and she's finishing up nicely here with a time of 36.87. Up next is bib 304, Anika Tanky, and Anika is a freshman at Franklin High School.
Annika's at the head wall. Behind Anika will be Emily Menches. Emily's a senior at Wanakee. We've got eyes on Anika Tanky. I think her dad used to work at Mount Lacrosse.
All right.
Anika Tanky crossed the finish line at 39.25. 39.25. Emily Menches is up next.
Emily will be followed by one of our local racers, Julia McBride, a sophomore from Northern Lacrosse Co-op. That's Emily Menches at the head wall, a senior from Wanakee. Hoping to finish her season strong here in the girls' GS.
I don't know if you can get a feel for it from the camera, but they are taking a lot of speed into that top head wall in this GS run here today. They're really cranking when they hit that wall. This is Emily Menches at the line, 40.69.
Bib 259, Julia McBride is now on course. She'll be followed by Elizabeth Tucker, a local racer, Logan Central Providence. Here's Julia McBride at the top of the course, or at the head wall, I should say.
Julia looks like she's having a nice run here today. Hope Pete and Diane are watching. This is Julia McBride at the finish line, 35.51, unofficially in the third spot.
Nice job,
Ellie Tucker up next.
Ellie will be followed by Olivia Reagan from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. Here comes Elizabeth Tucker, a senior from the Logan Central Providence team at the head wall. I think most people call her Ellie, right?
I think so too.
Yep. Ellie Tucker.
She's a friend of mine. She's been skiing great and has been doing well these last 3 or 4 years here, improving each year. This is Ellie Tucker at the finish line. Lacrosse Logan, 41.78.
Next up is 223, Olivia Reagan, a senior from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. She'll be followed by Jessica Lynn from Rhinelander Northern Pines. At the head wall is Olivia Reagan.
Can really see that snow spray when they hit that corner up there and make that transition into the head wall.
Yeah, those always make for cool pictures, I think.
They sure do. Steve Davis out there shooting some great shots. This is Olivia Reagan working her way to the finish line. Olivia's time, 38.28.
Up next is bib 272, Jessica Lynn from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And she'll be followed by Lillian Whitwer from Wausau. Here comes Jessica Lynn, a freshman. Her first time here at the GS race.
Ooh, nice recovery.
Ooh,
oops.
Shoot. And
There's
the
some
crowd
grit.
goes wild.
Her fans are cheering her on. Some good grit there. This is Jessica Lynn showing a little freshman spirit here. And Jessica Lynn crosses at 51.22.
Now at the head wall, we have Lillian Whitwer, bib 294, a senior from the Wausau West East DC Everest team.
On deck is Riley Dorr from DSHA. This is Lillian Whitwer, and her time, 35.33. Nice time for Lillian.
On course is 210, Riley Dorr from DS Divine Savior Holy Angels. And here Riley comes off the head wall. She'll be followed by Sienna Sandor from Ashwa Bay. Riley doing a nice job staying close to the gates here. Riley Dorr, a junior, finishing up here with a time of 35.40. Nice job.
Sienna Sandor up next, a senior from Ashwa Bay. Behind Sienna on deck is Reese Miazga. This is Sienna Sandor at the head wall. They are really cooking on this GS course here today. Some really nice racing.
Sienna Sandor making her way through these final gates. Bib 176. Sienna's time is a 36.86.
Reese Miazga up next from Aquanago. She's a senior, bib 256. Reese Miazga coming our way.
Reese will be followed by Grace Wozniak from Catholic Memorial. Here comes Reese Miazga, a senior from Aquanago, over the head wall. Here she comes.
Nice run for Reese.
256, Reese Miazga to the finish. Her time is a 35.83.
Grace Wozniak on course, making her way to the head wall. Grace had a 10th place finish in the Giant Slalom last year at this event. So she's one to watch. Grace Wozniak at the head wall.
She'll be followed by Hattie Wood from the Cuba City Mount Horeb Co-op. Oh, it looks like Grace had some trouble. Bib number 195, unfortunately, is it did not finish for Grace Wozniak. Up next is 201, Hattie Wood, a senior from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
Appreciate all these fans cheering these athletes on. It really does make a difference.
Yeah,
Makes
it does.
me talk loud and fast when I hear them screaming back there.
Here comes Hattie Wood, a senior from the Cuba City Mount Horeb team. She's bib 201. After her will be 278, Grace Kondrakowicz from Slinger Hartford.
We've got Hattie Wood at the head wall. This track is starting to get a little faster as some of that snow gets pushed off of it. You can see kind of the change in the course here over the last few racers. Hattie Wood making a nice run here. Hattie Wood crosses with a time of 39.89. Grace Kondrakowicz up next. She's from Slinger Hartford. Behind Grace, Zoe Morgan from Oconomowoc.
And here comes bib 278, Grace Kondrakowicz, a junior from Slinger Hartford, clearing the head wall. And the start is Zoe Morgan from Oconomowoc. Here comes Grace Kondrakowicz toward the finish. And Grace finishes with a time of 36.25. Our next racer is Zoe Morgan, a senior from Oconomowoc, bib number 268.
On deck, behind Zoe, Monica Warzen from Kettle Moraine. This is Zoe Morgan out front. She's a senior at Oconomowoc. Girls are really doing a nice job of staying on the front of the skis. This course will tend to force you backwards just a little bit. This is Zoe Morgan at the finish line. Her time 39.78. 39.78. Monica Warzen up next. Monica was in this race last year in the 8th position in slalom. So let's keep an eye on Monica Warzen.
And there she is at the head wall, bib 216 from Kettle Moraine, Monica Warzen. She'll be followed by Mia Dar from the University School of Milwaukee.
Monica Warzen working her way to the finish line. Should be a nice time for Monica, 35.70. 35.7. Mia Dar is on course.
Mia will be followed by Beatrice Barbouche from Madison West.
This is Mia Dar.
And this is Mia's last GS race for her career in high school. She's from the University School of Milwaukee. Here comes Mia Dar to the finish. And Mia's time is a 37.42.
Beatrice Barbouche is on course, working her way to the head wall. On deck behind Beatrice, Anna Abernathy from Brookfield East. We're watching Beatrice Barbouche come into view.
Here comes Beatrice, a senior from Madison West, making her way through this GS course. Doing a good job here. Beatrice Barbouche's time is a 39.88.
Anna Abernathy up next, a junior from Brookfield East. On deck, Kendall Carlson rounding out seed number 1. This is Anna Abernathy.
Anna Abernathy, bib 187, looks good. She's a junior from Brookfield East. Got a little
Oops
rut
there, but she's back at it. Anna Abernathy at the line, 40.17. Kendall Carlson up next.
Kendall is a sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. She's our final racer in our first seed of the girls' GS. There's Kendall at the head wall.
Always exciting racing here at Mount Lacrosse, keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Here comes Kendall Carlson to the finish. Her time is a 36.31. That concludes our first seed. We'll get going with our second seed in just a moment.
I'd like to thank the staff here at Mount Lacrosse for all they do to make this tournament happen. Will Matthey, the owner, Darcy Bridell, president, Jason Barney, vice president, Jenna Shams, the administrator, and Bill Patza, our race coordinator. They really do a lot to make sure this tournament and ski championships works as effectively as it can. We have the first racer in our second seed ready to go.
Our first racer is Olivia Monkoski, bib 301, and Olivia is a senior from West Bend.
It's 250, Addison Passler. I think we're going to move ahead from 301, but this is 250, Addison Passler coming at us. She's at the head wall. On deck behind Addison, Sienna Feltz.
And we are looking at Addison Passler on this GS course, a freshman from McWanago. Here comes Addison to the finish. And Addison's time is a 38.12. Sienna Feltz will be next on course. She's at the top part, approaching the head wall. Dayla Rabadou is in the start. Here's Sienna Feltz at the head wall. She's bib 204, and she's a senior from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
Looks like she's cranking out a pretty good run here. This is Sienna Feltz. Sienna's time, 35.17, unofficially in the number 2 spot.
Our next racer is 276, Daly Robideau, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford. Daly will be followed by Kate Bradford. Here comes Daly Robideau from Slinger, Hartford at the head wall. Daly is racer bib number 276. Here comes our freshman, Daly Robideau from Slinger, Hartford. Daly's time is a 37.22. Our next racer is 208, Kate Bradford from DSHA.
On deck behind Kate, Riley DeVell from Muskego. We've got Kate Bradford at the head wall. Kate's a sophomore this year. Divine Savior, Holy Angels. She's holding a nice track on this course.
Riley DeVell in the start.
This is Kate Bradford out front. Nice recovery there. Got a little wide, but she's back at it. Kate Bradford at the line, 37.93. Riley DeVell next, Muskego High School. On deck, Brooklyn Fleiss from Badger.
And we're looking at Riley DeVell at the top part of the course. She's approaching the head wall. Senior from Muskego. There she is, Riley DeVell. Bib 305 on course. Brooklyn Flies in the start. Looks like a fun course, Rich. Riley DeVell approaching the finish. Here. Riley's time is a 37.40.
Brooklyn Fleiss up next. She's from Badger, a senior this year. On deck is Leah Bickler, a freshman from Menominee Falls.
And Leah will be followed by Addison Dama from Wanakee.
This is Brooklyn Fleiss at the head wall. Brooklyn skied a nice line through that top section. Let's see what she's got down here. Whoops, a little slip out there.
Kept her skis on.
She's skis on. She's good to go. Brooklyn Fleiss at the finish line. 45.03. Leah Bickler's up next. She's at the head wall. On deck is Addison Dama. Leah Bickler looks like she's putting a nice run together. Freshman at Menominee Falls. This is Leah Bickler at the finish line, and her time, 35.94, unofficially in the 10th spot.
On course now is bib 307, Addison Dama, and Addison is a senior at Wanakee. She'll be followed by Eleanor Proctor, a junior from Catholic Memorial. So here comes Addison Dama, bib 307 at the head wall.
And when we say head wall, we mean it. It's kind of like jumping off a building up there. Pretty steep. This is Addison Dama.
Here she comes with 307, a senior from Wanakee, Addison Dama, finishing with a time of 42.28.
Eleanor Proctor up next. Eleanor is a junior this year at Catholic Memorial. On deck, Sydney Madison from Ashwa Bay.
At the head wall, we're looking at Eleanor Proctor from Catholic Memorial. Here she comes, bib 194, Eleanor Proctor.
Eleanor's going to have a good time.
Eleanor's time is a 38.29. Nicely done.
Sydney Madison up next. On deck, Allison Belt.
We're looking at Sydney Madison from Ashwa Bay at the top. Ashba Bay fans are going crazy for Sydney Madison as she finishes up with a time of 36 flat, 36.00.
On course and approaching the drop is Allison Belt. She's a sophomore at Kettle Moraine. On deck is Sarah Majewski from Brookfield East. Here's Allison Belt. Most of all, they look like they're having fun, Amy.
Yeah, that's the most important part, I think.
Here comes that fun helmet. This is Allison Belt, and Allison's time, 35.71. She gets inside the top 10. Nice run for Allison.
Our next racer is 191, Sarah Majewski, a junior from Brookfield East. Sarah will be followed by Kelly Horchler. On course at the head wall is 191, Sarah Majewski, a junior from Brookfield East. We've got cowbells and we've got horns, Rich, for Sarah Majewski from Brookfield East. Sarah is finishing up with a time of 42.49. Next up is 270, Callie Horchler, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. She'll be followed by Leah Morgan from Oconomowoc. There's Callie Horchler at the head wall. Picking up a lot of speed there. Skied out a little bit, but she looks like she's going to be back on course. This is Callie Horchler. We have 270 approaching the finish. And Callie's time is a 48.65.
Leah Morgan up next. She's a sophomore at Oconomowoc. Behind Leah will be Megan Isabel from Arrowhead. We're watching Leah Morgan, a sophomore from Oconomowoc.
And Leah looks like she's doing a nice job as she finishes up with a time of 41.28 for Leah Morgan.
Next on course is Megan Isabel from Arrowhead. She's a senior this year. She's one to watch. She was a 6th place finisher in this event last year. So we had a top 10 finish for her last year. This is Megan Isabel. She's skiing with fire. There's no question about it. Megan Isabel at the finish line. Her time, 35.97.
Our next racer is 257, Alyssa Raven, a sophomore from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. She'll be followed by Grace Callio from Wausau area. There's Alyssa Raven at the head wall.
Alyssa's dad, Rick, is my only fan. I got one.
Yeah.
It's him. This is Alyssa Raven. And Alyssa turns in a time of 35.11. Good time for Alyssa, unofficially in the 2nd spot.
On course is 291, Grace Callio, a junior from Wausau West East, DC Everest. She's approaching the head wall. She'll be followed by Camille Johnson. Here's Grace Callio at the head wall. Picking up some good speed there. Bib number 291. Nice run from Grace here. And here she comes to the finish with a time of 33.83. Unofficially in first place at this point. Nice job, Grace. Up next is Camille Johnson, 226. Camille is from the Logan Central Providence team. She is a senior. Let's see what Camille can do here. And there's Camille at the head wall.
On deck behind Camille is Marin Samuels, a senior at La Follette Poinette. This is Camille Johnson.
We are approaching the end of our 2nd seat of the girls' giant slalom, watching Camille Johnson finish up.
And Camille's time, 46.64. Next up, Marin Samuels from La Follette Poinette, Monona Grove.
In the gate is 232, Ellie McNamara from Madison West. There's Marin Samuels at the head wall. Marin doing a good job here, her senior from La Follette Poinette, Monona Grove on course, approaching the finish. And Marin's time is a 38.75.
Ellie McNamara up next. She is from Madison West, had a 5th place finish in this event last year, so she is one to watch in the GS. Ellie McNamara is on course and at the head wall. Here she comes.
In the start is Marlies Westveer from University School of Milwaukee.
We're watching Ellie McNamara from Madison West. Looks like Ellie's cranking out a pretty good run here today. State championships, that's when to do it. Ellie McNamara, 35.2, unofficially 5 position for Ellie.
Our next racer is bib 286, Marlies Westveer. Marlies is a junior at the University School of Milwaukee, and she'll be followed by Rita Vavilov, a senior from Middleton. Looks like there's a slight hold before Marlies is released from the gate.
Marlies Westveer is headed our way. She's from the University School of Milwaukee. She's a junior this year, bib 286. On deck behind Marlies, Rita Vavilov from Middleton. This is Marlies Westveer at the head wall. And it looks like she had a little skid out. We'll see what happens when the snow clears. She's still on her way. Getting the end of our second seed here this afternoon.
Here comes Marlies Westveer from University School of Milwaukee to the finish. Marlies' time is at 41.24.
Rita Vavilov up next. She's a senior at Middleton, and on deck is Bryn Grabowski, a sophomore at the AOWS team, sophomore at Aquinas here in La Crosse. We're watching Rita Vavilov come our way.
And this is Rita's final GS as she is a senior from Middleton. Rita Vavilov, bib 247, approaching the finish. And Rita's time is a 38.08. Our next racer is bib 160, Bryn Grabowski, a sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Here comes Bryn at the head wall. Here comes Bryn Grabowski, making her way through the GS course. Our final racer in the second seed. Here she comes. Bryn Grabowski's time is a 36.49.
It looks like we might be running 3:01 here, our first racer.
Oh, that was Olivia Monkoski.
Yeah, it looks like she might be ready. Yeah, she is on course. Here's Olivia Monkoski, and she's at the head wall. And Olivia, bib 301, she's a senior this year from West Bend. We're watching Olivia Monkoski from West Bend. And Olivia's time, 41.76. We do appreciate all those folks out there making this course nice and smooth for our next group of racers as they come through. We do appreciate their support. Also, all the folks in the yellow vests and all the volunteers that make this event happen. Couldn't do it without you. We do appreciate it. And these athletes are having a great ski race because of you all. So thanks very much.
And we are ready to begin our third seed of the girls' giant slalom. Our first racer is bib 219, Aurora Holman, a freshman from the La Follette Poinet Monona Grove School, or team, sorry. She'll be followed by Julia Kruger from Cuba City, Mount Horeb. And here comes Aurora Holman at the head wall, freshman. Bib number 219 doing a nice job.
We're watching Aurora Holman, a freshman this year, playing her first time on the GS course, 38.78. 38.78 for Aurora Holman. Julia Kruger is on course. On deck is Isabel Caulfield.
We're looking.
This is Julia Kruger coming across the head wall. She's a junior this year. Bib 202.
In the start is 262, Isabel Caulfield, a sophomore from Oconomowoc. Here's Julia Kruger finishing up with a time of 37.35.
Isabel Caulfield on course. On deck is Sydney Weiss. Isabel Caulfield is a sophomore this year at Oconomowoc. And here's Isabel at the head wall. Had a little slip there. Let's see if she can get back on track. I'm sure she's getting some advices from the gate judge and the coaches there, but here she is back on track, Isabel Caulfield. On deck behind Isabel, Sydney Weiss from Middleton.
Here comes Isabel Caulfield, a sophomore from Oconomowoc, making her way to the finish. Isabel finishes with a time of 53.32. Our next racer is bib 249, Sydney Weiss. There's Sydney at the head wall. She's a junior from Middleton.
On deck behind Sydney is Ella Johns, a junior from Badger. We've got Sydney Weiss working her way down the hill here. Sydney Weiss at the finish line, and her time 37.63. Ella Johns is on course. She's a junior from Badger. Behind Ella, on deck is Elizabeth Spence, bib 214.
Here comes Ella Johns, a junior from Badger, clearing the head wall, bib 182. Here comes bib 182, Ella Johns from Badger to the finish. Ella's time is a 38.87.
On course next, bib 214. This is Elizabeth Spence. She's from Kettle Moraine.
Elizabeth will be followed by bib 303, Ashley Davies, a freshman from Edgewood. There's Elizabeth Spence from Kettle Moraine at the head wall, clearing it nicely. There she comes, bib 214, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, Elizabeth Spence, finishing with a time of 38.52. Our next racer is 303, Ashley Davies, a freshman from Edgewood.
On deck behind Ashley is Marina Wigdale from the University School of Milwaukee. Ashley Davies at the head wall. Ashley's a freshman this year, skiing as an individual.
Marina Wigdale in the start.
Ashley Davies in these last few gates here. Ashley Davies at the finish line, 43.46. Marina Wigdale, next racer. And she's at the head wall.
In the start is bib 188, Elena Majeski, a freshman from Brookfield East.
Marina Wigdale coming our way.
Marina Wigdale, senior from the University School of Milwaukee, finishes with a time of 37.56.
Elena Majewski is our next racer, freshman from Brookfield East. On deck, Elise Meir from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
And that's Elena Majeski at the head wall. bib 188.
Whoa. A little spin out, but she's still on track.
She recovers. Elena Majeski with a time of 42.91.
Elise Meir is up next. She's a freshman at Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. On deck behind her, another local racer, Magnolia Sheehan on the Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
And that's Elise Meir, a freshman from AOWS, making her way toward the finish. Her first GS race at state. Elise Meir finishes with a 39.06.
Next racer, Magnolia Sheehan, a junior from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op. On deck, Wynn Roberts.
And there's Magnolia Sheehan at the head wall, a junior from Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
Magnolia Sheehan doing a nice job here today. And she crosses the line with a time of 38.37.
Next up is Wynn Roberts, a senior from the Logan Central Providence team. She'll be followed by Paige McIntyre from Menominee Falls.
We've got Wynn Roberts at the head wall. A local racer, senior this year. This is Wynn Roberts making her way to the finish. Wynn's time, 45.86. Paige McIntyre, next racer. She's on course. She'll be followed by Julia Hemauer from Wausau.
There's Paige McIntyre attacking this GS course.
Looks like Paige is going to have a nice run here. If the top looked like the bottom, she's going to have a nice time. Paige McIntyre from Menominee Falls comes in at 35.23 inside the top 10 there unofficially. Nice job, Paige.
Now on course is bib 292, Julia Hemauer, a senior from Wausau West East DC Everest. Julia will be followed by Wilder Moriarty from Ashwa Bay.
Here's Julia at the head wall. Julia Hemauer from Wausau. Julia also looks like she's doing a nice job on this course. Course looks like it's skiing really well. Hasn't changed much since our first group of racers went through. Julia's time, 40.01.
Now on course is 178, Wilder Moriarty, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
On deck behind Wilder, Kendall Johnson from West Bend.
Here comes Wilder Moriarty at the head wall. And the junior from Ashwa Bay is doing a nice job on this course. Approaching the finish is Wilder Moriarty. Wilder's time is a 43.20.
Next racer, Kendall Johnson. Kendall's a freshman this year from West Bend. On deck behind Kendall, Juliet McMurray. This is Kendall Johnson.
Here we're looking at Kendall Johnson, a freshman from West Bend, finishing up. Kendall's time is a 39.99.
Juliet McMurray, next racer. She's a junior from Madison West specifically. On deck behind her, Ingrid Leitsky from Mukwonago. Juliet McMurray at the head wall. You can really see the transition from dark to light in this race when the camera changes angles there. Those kids really are in the dark up in that top section, and then all of a sudden it's bright lights and action here on the front pitch. Juliet McMurray.
Oh.
Juliet had a little trouble there.
And Juliet McMurray lost a ski, so unfortunately, DNF for Juliet McMurray, unfortunately. And hopefully she's okay. She can do some racing tomorrow.
We do have another racer on course. This is Ingrid Litsky.
On deck is Audrey Severson from Mukwonago. We're looking at Ingrid Lightsky make her way to the finish. Ingrid's time is a 38.35.
We're going to take just a moment here to see if we can get Juliet ski for her.
Audrey Severson is now on course. She's a senior from McWanago.
And here is Audrey Severson at the head wall.
Tess Talbot is in the start from Arrowhead. We're watching Audrey Severson from McWanago.
Here's Audrey Severson. And her time is 38.98. Tess Talbot up next. Tess is a senior at Arrowhead. Arrowhead always brings a strong presence to this race as well. Tess Talbot.
Following Tess, we'll have Elizabeth Donoff from DSHA. This is Tess Talbot from Arrowhead at the head wall. She's a senior.
Tess looks like she's putting a pretty good run together also. This is Tess Talbot at the finish line, and Tess's time, 37.68. Elizabeth Donoff up next from DSHA. On deck is Eliana Conrad, Rhinelander Northern Pines.
We're wrapping up our third seat of the girls' giant slalom. At the head wall is Elizabeth Donoff, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. Eliana Conrad in the start. Here comes Elizabeth Donoff to the finish. Elizabeth's time is a 37.97. Eliana Conrad on course. Eliana will be followed by Lissa Newman from the Catholic Memorial.
Here's Eliana Conrad at the crest as she drops into the steeper portion of the course from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Eliana Conrad. And Eliana at the finish line, turning in a time of 43.21. 43.21.
And our final racer for the third seat is bib 197, Lissa Newman, a junior from Catholic Memorial. And there she is at the head wall. Here comes bib 197, Lissa Newman, to the finish, and her time is a 39.75. And that wraps up our third seed of the girls' GS.
Remember, folks, after the race to stop into the boardroom in the chalet and grab some tournament swag, sweatshirts, T-shirts, hats, WIARA emblazoned with a great picture of a skier and a snowboarder. Stop by for some merchandise in the boardroom.
And here we go with our fourth seed of the girls' GS. Sophia Johnson from Kettle Moraine is now on course. She's bib 217. Sophia will be followed by Sarah Cohen from Brookfield East. We're looking at Sophia Johnson, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, making her way through these GS gates.
This is Sophia Johnson at the line. Her time, 37.37. Sophia Johnson.
Up next, we have racer 190, Sarah Cohen, a freshman from Brookfield East. Sarah will be followed by Mariana Kiger from Catholic Memorial.
Here's Sarah Cohen at the head wall. Right in those, oops, and she had a little tip over there. Sarah Cohen had a little bit of a spin out. We'll be running Mariana Kiger next, and she is on course. Oh, 190 Sarah Cohen is a DNF. We have Mariana Kiger coming towards the head wall. Here she is. Mariana is a junior this year at Catholic Memorial. She'll be followed by Opal Kunkel from Middleton. Mariana Kiger approaching the finish line, and Mariana's time 40.06. Opal Kunkel up next. Opal is a sophomore at Middleton. Bib 246, and she's on course.
And Opal will be followed by bib number 228, Gretchen Jesperson from the Logan Central Providence team.
We've got Opal Kunkel at the head wall. Those girls are still putting out a big wall of snow when they come across that deck there, so we're still pushing some snow around on this course. Opal Kunkel. And here's Opal at the finish line. Opal's time, 38.47. 38.47.
Our next racer is 228, Gretchen Jesperson, one of our local racers, a sophomore from the Logan Central Providence team. She'll be followed by Landry Rabella, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
This is Gretchen Jesperson approaching the head wall. There's a term in skiing called dropping, and these guys are dropping off that wall. This is Gretchen Jesperson.
Landry Rabella from Arrowhead in the start. Here comes Gretchen Jesperson to the finish, and Gretchen's time is a 48.46.
Landry Rabella on course. She's a sophomore at Arrowhead, just breaking over the head wall. Here she comes. Landry Rabella.
In the gate is Ella Tepp, a sophomore from the AOWS team, bib number 162. We're looking at Landry Rabella, a sophomore from Arrowhead, approaching the finish. And Landry's time is a 39.32.
Next skier, Ella Tepp, a local racer. She's a sophomore at Aquinas. Ella Tepp is on course.
In the gate is Ann Close. Here comes Ella over the head wall.
Ella's dad, Jason, one of our head timers. He has no control over her time. Only she does. Ella Tepp on course.
Here comes Ella to the finish. Ella Tepp's time is a 39.40. Our next racer is 205, Ann Klaus, a senior from Divine Savior Holy Angels. And here comes Ann Klaus over the head wall. She'll be followed by Morgan Severson from Mukwonago. We're looking at 205, Ann Klaus on course.
Ann will be followed by Morgan Severson. And Ann is at the line with a time of 38.70. We've got Morgan Severson on course. And she's just approaching the head wall. She's a freshman this year from Mukwonago.
In the gate, we have Kate Hostetler from Wausau area.
Here comes Morgan Severson. Skiing really confidently here. Morgan Severson from Mukwonago at the finish line. 39.33.
Our next racer is 293, Kate Hostetler, a freshman from Wausau West East, DC Everest. She'll be followed by Elizabeth Lynch from Badger. Here comes Kate Hostetler over the head wall. Kate's first GS at the state meet here. Bib 293 approaching the finish.
I love it when the freshmen show up. Here's Kate Hostetler, 37.74. Elizabeth Lynch is on course. She's another freshman from Badger.
She'll be followed by Ayla Bergman, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Here's Elizabeth Lynch at the head wall. Big wide right-hander as they come off that wall, so they really got to set up quickly for another turn in the opposite direction. We've got Elizabeth Lynch moving towards the finish line. And Elizabeth turns in a time of 39.50.
Now on course is 269, Ayla Bergman, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Ayla will be followed by Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls. Here comes Ayla Bergman. And the Rhinelander folks go wild for Ayla. Comes Ayla Bergman. Ayla turns in a time of 42.14.
Next up is 242, Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls. Skylar is a senior. And there's Skylar at the head wall. She'll be followed by Merritt Zifko, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Skylar Verheyen at the head wall.
Looks like Skylar had a little oops there. Looks like Skylar is able to hike up and around and turn in a team time. So here comes Skylar Verhaven. She's back underway. Marit Zifko will be coming in behind her.
Here comes Skylar Verheyen to the finish, getting a team time of 1.07.63. Merritt Zifko on course. She'll be followed by Gabrielle Ostrek from Slinger Hartford. Merritt Zifko at the head wall. Bib number 175. Merritt, a freshman from Ashwa Bay, doing a good job on this GS course. Here comes Merritt Zifko to the finish, and her time is a 46.77.
Gabrielle Ostrek, Slinger Hartford is up next. Behind her will be Lena Suddendorf. Here's Gabrielle at the head wall.
Gabby is a junior at Slinger Hartford. Bib number 277.
Here comes Gabby Ostrek from Slinger. And Gabby crosses the line with a time of 46.47. Lena Suddendorf up next. On deck, Emma Martin.
Here comes Lena Suddendorf, a sophomore from West Bend, clearing the head wall. She's bib 299. Here comes Lena making her way to the finish. And Lena's time is a 38.99.
Next racer, Emma Martin, a sophomore from Madison West. On deck, Sophia Tornes from the University School of Milwaukee. On course is Emma Martin. And here she is at the head wall.
Next up is 289, Sophia Tornes, a senior from University School of Milwaukee.
We're watching Emma Martin. Emma from Madison West. Emma crosses the finish line at 43.64.
Our next racer is bib 289, Sophia Torines from University School of Milwaukee.
On deck behind Sophia, Isabella Dahl.
We're watching 289, Sophia Torines make her way to the finish. Sophia's time is a 40.49.
On course now, Isabella Dahl from Oconomowoc. On deck is Petra Setterstrom. This is Isabella Dahl at the head wall. Isabella Dahl is a junior at Oconomowoc. And on deck again, Petra Setterstrom. We're watching Isabella Dahl make her way to the finish line. And Isabella turns in a time of 40.88. Petra Setterstrom up next. She's a sophomore this year, skiing on the Northern Lacrosse Co-op team.
And up after Petra is Riley Klinger from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove.
Petra Setterstrom is on course, and here she comes out of the dark and into the light. And Petra Setterstrom crosses with a time of 39.56.
Up next is 224, Riley Klinger, a sophomore from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. She'll be followed by Natalie Kruger, a sophomore from Cuba City, Mount Horeb, to wrap up the fourth seed. We're looking at Riley Klinger clearing the head wall.
Riley brought some fans as well. This is Riley Klinger, a sophomore this year at the finish line, 40.94.
And up next is 203, Natalie Kruger, a sophomore from Cuba City, Mount Horeb.
And here's Natalie just approaching the head wall. Here she is.
Ooh.
Natalie rounding out our fourth seed. Looks like she had a little slip there at the head wall.
And hopefully she's okay. She lost a ski. But we're hoping she's not hurt.
And she will be a DNF. She does close out the fourth seed, so we'll prepare this course. Make sure Natalie's okay, and we'll begin seed 5 in just a moment. First racer in that seed, Emily Fredericks from Middleton. We've got Emily Fredericks on course. She's leading off our seed here, a freshman from Middleton. And here she goes. They got a quick start on us. We kind of missed this one. We apologize, but here comes Emily Fredericks. And she's working her way to the finish line. 38.05 for Emily Fredericks from Middleton.
Our next racer is 297, and her name is Kate Stram, a junior from West Bend. She'll be followed by Makwa Dalin from Ashwa Bay. Oh, sorry about that. We had a little substitution. We have 296, Brinley Schmidt, a freshman from West Bend. And Brinley Schmidt is a freshman from West Bend, and she's cleared the head wall. Here she comes, 296, Brinley Schmidt from West Bend, finishing with a time of 41.88. Our next racer is 174, Makwa Dalin, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. She'll be followed by another freshman, 220, Ava Reichert from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. Makwa had a little bit of trouble at the top part of the course, but here she's making her way through the course.
Makwa will be followed by Ava Reichert, a freshman from La Follette, Poinet, Monona Grove. Makwa Dolan from Ashwa Bay is on course.
And we are at the beginning of our 5th seed of the girls' GS.
We're watching as Makwa Dolan makes her way to the finish line. Makwa from Ashwa Bay turns in a time of 1.21.53. Ava Reichert is our next racer, and she's at the head wall.
She'll be followed by Evelyn Bruns from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
We're watching Ava Reichert, a freshman from La Follette, Poinet, Monona Grove. Here comes Ava. And Ava Reichert crosses the finish line at 42.96.
Up next is 258, Evelyn Bruns from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op, and she'll be followed by Jaron Mueller, a senior from Mukwonago. We're looking at Evelyn Bruns, a sophomore from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op.
Here comes Evelyn. She's in the dark part of that course. A little bit tough to see her up there.
Yeah, it's hard to see until they get to the light.
But here she is. Evelyn Bruns emerges into the sunlight.
Ooh.
Whoops, catches a little tip there. Shows you what kind of balance she has. Stands it right up. She's going to climb for that one. She knows what she needs to do. Evelyn Bruns up and around that gate. Bib 258 crosses the finish line at 54.26. Next racer, Jarin Mueller from Mukwonago.
She'll be followed by Lorena Lochiato from Brookfield East. Here comes Jaron Mueller from Mukwonago into the light. She's our senior from Mukwonago. Bib 254 finishing up here with a 45.98.
Next racer, Lorena Lochiato from Brookfield East. She's a senior this year. On deck is Caitlin Sonneman from Arrowhead. Watching Lorena Lochiato from Brookfield East. Lorena is cooking here in the last part of this course, and Lorena crosses at 38.64.
Up next is bib 169, Caitlin Sonneman, a senior from Arrowhead.
Behind Caitlin will be Olivia Skelton, a senior at Menominee Falls. Caitlin Sonneman is on course. And here comes Caitlin Sonneman, Team Arrowhead. Caitlin Sonneman at the finish line, and her time, 37.54.
Up next is 240, Olivia Skelton from Menominee Falls. She is a senior, and she is at the head wall. Following Olivia will be Lindsay Horchler, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And we're watching as Olivia makes her way into the light here.
Here's Olivia Skelton.
And Olivia's time is a 39.60.
Lindsay Horschler is our next racer. She's a sophomore from Rhinelander. McKenna Hirsch will be behind her, a local racer from AOWS. Lindsay Horschler at the head wall. Here she comes. Lindsay staying focused here. Lindsay Horschler from Rhinelander Northern Pines, and her time 40.71.
Our next racer is 165, McKenna Hirsch. She is a senior from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. She'll be followed by Ava Pether from Badger. Unfortunately, McKenna Hirsch had a little trouble at the top, and she did not finish. So bib 165 did not finish.
Next racer will be Ava Pether from Badger. On deck behind Ava, Gigi Rodefeld.
Just another reminder that following the girls' GS, we'll take a couple of minutes to do some final tabulations, and we will be doing awards from today's events. So stick around for the awards over by the log house by the finish area.
Just making sure that this course is clear to ski before we send our next racer. We're getting ready to resume our race here with Ava Pether. Ava is a senior from Badger. She's bib 179. On deck will be Gigi Rodefeld from Cuba City. Ava Pether is on course.
And we are halfway through our 5th seat of the girls' GS. We're looking for Ava Pether at the head wall. She's a senior from Badger. And Gigi Rodefeld is in the start. Here comes Ava Pether into the light. Shoot, that's kind of been a trouble spot for a number of racers, but she's back up. Looks like she's okay. And Ava Pether back on track with 1 pole. She's going to finish up and get a time of 57.45. Now on course, Gigi Rodefeld, a freshman from the Cuba City Mount Horeb team. Following Gigi will be Kelsey Volmar from Slinger Hartford. We're watching Gigi Rodefeld make her way toward the last few gates. Here she comes, Gigi. Her time is a 46.14. Approaching the head wall is bib 282, Kelsey Volmar from Slinger Hartford. In the start will be Simone Weinhold from Madison West. Here comes Kelsey Volmar, a junior from Slinger Hartford, into the light.
A little skip out there, but she got right back on it. Kelsey Volmar at the finish line, 41.24.
Next on course is Simone Weinhold, a junior from Madison West. Simone will be followed by Alexa Muir, a junior from Logan Central Providence.
Simone Weinhold at the head wall, making a big right-hander here. She drops into the White House front-facing course. Here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse, Simone Weinhold. Simone Weinhold, a junior at Madison West, working her way to the finish line with a time of 43.22. Alexa Muir, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team here on Lacrosse, is on course. On deck, Claire Holton.
And we're looking at bib 225, Alexa Muir at the head wall. She's our junior from the Logan Central Providence team. In the start, as Rich said, Claire Holton from University School of Milwaukee.
And here comes Alexa, headed towards the finish line. Alexa Muir crosses with a time of 45.65.
Approaching the head wall is bib 284, Claire Holton. In the start is Madeline Kozlowski from Catholic Memorial. And here we're watching Claire Holton at the head wall. And here comes bib 284, Claire Holton, toward the last few gates. And Claire's time will be a 44.21.
Next racer, Madeline Kozlowski, a freshman at Catholic Memorial. On deck is Sophia Martin from Oconomowoc. Madeline Kozlowski at the head wall.
And Madeline is a freshman at Catholic Memorial.
If those racers had automatic headlights, they'd be turning on when they hit that dark spot. This is Madeline Kozlowski. And Madeline working her way to the finish line to turn in a time of 43.93.
On course is 267, Sophia Martin, a senior from Oconomowoc. Sophia is approaching the head wall right now. And she'll be followed by Regan Dunn, or Reagan Dunn, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Here's Sophia Martin making her way down this GS course. A great day of racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Full-on winter out there, but these girls have done a great job today. Sophia Martin crosses at 47.84.
At the head wall is 209, Reagan Dunn, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. She'll be followed by Gemma Recygle from Kettle Moraine.
We're watching Reagan Dunn. She's from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Here comes Reagan Dunn to the finish. Her time is a 39.60. Gemma Recygle from Kettle Moraine is on course. And she'll be followed by Olivia Bennis from Wausau West East DC Everest.
It looks like she had a little oops there on the top ledge, and I hope she's okay. Gemma had a little trouble there. It appears she will be a DNF, but we'll wait to hear from our officials. And 215 is a DNF after Gemma tipped over there. She did lose a ski. Next racer, Olivia Bennis from Wausau. The last racer from seed number 5 is on course, bib 295, Olivia Bennis. She's a freshman from Wausau West East and DC Everest team. This is Olivia Bennis working her way this way. Again, into the sunlight comes Olivia. Final racer in seed number 5. Olivia's time, 42.40. 42.4. Seed 6 coming up next. First racer there, Nora Langhar from West Bend. We'll do some quick course maintenance and be right back with you for some final racers and our girls GS here at the Wisconsin State High School Alpine Ski Racing Championships.
And don't forget to stick around for the awards ceremony for our events today. So we'll be announcing the top 5 finishers in each of the events. So stick around. We'll do awards shortly after the conclusion of our race. We are about to begin our final seed of the girls' giant slalom. Our first racer is bib 300, Nora Langjar, a freshman from West Bend, and she will be followed by Allie Falsey from Brookfield East, and Nora is on course. Here comes Nora Langjar to the head wall. This is Nora's first state meet in the GS. She's a freshman from West Bend and doing a good job here, finishing with a time of 40 flat.
Allie Fulci is our next racer. She's a junior at Brookfield East, and she's on course. On deck behind Allie will be Carly Junkers from Rhinelander. This is Allie Fulci at the head wall from Brookfield East. Allie had a little oops there, but she's back on course.
Here comes Allie Fulci from Brookfield East to the finish. Allie's time is a 51.13. Our next racer is 273, Carly Junkers from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. Carly is doing a nice job.
On deck behind Carly is Astrid Vallejo from Ashwa Bay. We're watching Carly Junkers make her way down this course. And Carly's time, 42.37. 42.37. Astrid Vallejo is on course. On deck is Ellie Maddock from Badger. Astrid Vallejo at the head wall.
And Astrid is a senior from Ashwa Bay. In the start is 184, Ellie Maddock from Badger. Oh, shoot, Astrid had a little trouble there and hit one of the gates. But her skis stayed on, so here she comes. Let's hear it for Astrid Vallejo from Ashwa Bay finishing up. Astrid's time is a 1.04.11.
Next racer, Ellie Maddock. Ellie's a freshman at Badger. On deck is Jaden Coughlin from Catholic Memorial.
And Ellie Maddock finishes with a time of 48.65, 48.65. Up next is Jaden Coughlin, a junior from Catholic Memorial.
On deck behind Jaden, Alexis Trashinsky, local racer from AOWS. Jaden Coughlin on course.
We're running out of daylight here, Rich. Here we go, into the light. Here comes Jaden Coughlin from Catholic Memorial, finishing with a time of 46.37.
Next racer, Alexis Trashinsky, a senior this year at Aquinas. She's also a senior, I'm sorry. And next behind her will be Kate Dornacker from Slinger. We're watching Alexis Trashinsky.
Here comes Alexis Trashinsky, finishing up with a time of 43.31.
Next racer, Kate Dornacker from Slinger Hartford. On deck behind her, Anna Shatola from Arrowhead. Kate's at the head wall. This is Kate Dornacker. She's from Slinger Hartford. This course has really remained in good shape today for these racers. This is Kate Dornacker at the line, 39.5.
Now on course is bib 166, Anna Shatola, a sophomore from Arrowhead. And Anna is approaching the head wall. Camilla Fair will be up next after Anna. Anna Shatola from Arrowhead on course. Here comes Anna.
Tola at the finish line. Her time 39.04. 39.04. Next racer
is 2:21. Camilla Fair, a sophomore from La Follette Poinet, Monona Grove. She's on course and she's just cleared the head wall. She'll be followed by Emily LaFour from Menominee Falls. And here comes Camilla Fair right into our view here. Camilla's time is a 43.97.
Next racer is Brett Proctor.
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Camilla Fair.
Nope.
Got one ahead.
Emily LaFour, I think.
I think it's Emily LaFour. I'm losing it here a little bit. Sorry. A long day. Emily LaFour is just at the head wall.
Emily will be followed by Brett Proctor. Emily LaFour, a senior from Menominee Falls. Wrapping up this GS course here. And Emily LaFour's time is a 41.39.
Now we've got Brett Proctor on course. Brett's a freshman at Mukwonago.
And we are down to our final 8 racers for the girls' GS as we look at Brett Proctor make her way through the course. Lily Domerat from Oconomowoc is at the top of the course.
Here comes Brett Proctor representing Mukwonago, and her time 40.81.
Our next racer is 265, Lily Domerat, sophomore from Oconomowoc.
On deck will be Emma Lee from Wausau. At the head wall, Lily Domerat.
And in the gate is Emma Lee from Wausau area. This is bib 265, Lily Domerat from Oconomowoc. Here comes Lily to the finish. Her time is a 49.36. Our next racer is 290, Emma Lee, a freshman from the Wausau West East DC Everest team.
On deck behind Emma is Addie Darrow from the University School of Milwaukee. At the head wall, this is Emma Lee.
And we're watching Emma Lee on course. Addie Darrow is in the start. Here comes Emily, a freshman from the Wausau West East DC Everest team. Emma's time is a 1.02.22. Now on course is bib 283, Addie Darrow, and she's a junior from the University School of Milwaukee.
On deck behind Addie, another Addie, Addison Fenig from Kettle Moraine.
Oh, looks like Addie Darrow had some trouble and did not finish.
So we've got Addison Fenig coming our way.
We're looking at Addison Fenig on course.
Addison, a sophomore at Kettle Moraine this year. She'll be followed by Maggie Kirker. Addison Fenig at the line, 39.14. Maggie Kirker up next, a junior at Middleton. On deck is Claire McKinney.
Approaching the head wall is 245, Maggie Kirker, a junior from Middleton. Following her will be Claire McKinney from Madison West. And wrapping up the seed will be Sophie Walker from DSHA. We're looking at Maggie Kirker on course. Here comes Maggie. Maggie Kirker finishes with a time of 43.23.
Next racer, Claire McKinney. Claire's a senior at Madison West. And on deck behind Claire, our final racer, Sophie Walker. This is Claire McKinney at the head wall. Claire's a senior this year.
We're looking at 2:31, Claire McKinney from Madison West on course. Here, Claire McKinney approaches the finish, and her time is a 48.64. Our final racer of the day is bib 211, Sophie Walker from Divine Savior Holy Angel, and Sophie is a freshman.
Once again, if you see somebody in a yellow vest, be sure and thank them. A lot of volunteers to make this race happen. We're watching Sophie Walker at the finish line. Her time, 38.07. And Sophie Walker, our final girls giant slalom racer here at the 2025 Mount Lacrosse School Championships. I think we've had a great day here at Mount Lacrosse. Amy, how about you?
Yeah, great day, great skiing, great weather other than the wind, but it's been a beautiful day here at Mount Lacrosse. Thanks to all of our volunteers, thanks to Rich Rice, our announcer, and all of our timers and gate judges and everybody who helps make this run smoothly. We will be doing awards in a bit over by the log house, so please stick around for our day's event awards. So I'm Amy Schwartz, and thank you, Rich Rice, for a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Attention, please. We do have one DQ to report for the girls GS. Bib 173, last name Vallejo. One DQ to report. 173, last name Vallejo. Protest deadline 4:25 p.m. That can be done at the log house near the finish area. Small log building near the finish line. Once again, one DQ for the girls GS, bib 173.
Test. All right, are you ready for awards? All right, we'll go in the order of events today. Just a quick reminder. At the top of the hill were like 6 pair of skis left, just stranded. So there might... Check your stuff, make sure that you go get your skis. Yeah, we're having a quick sale tomorrow at 8. No. So anyway, check to make sure you have all of your equipment, please. All right, let's do the girls' slalom top 5 places. Woohoo, it's like a ghost. All right, in 5th place, with a time of 48.89 from Wausau West East DC Everest, Grace Callio. In 4th place, with a time of 48.72 from Slinger Hartford, Grace Kondrakowicz. In 3rd place, with a time of 47.49 from Ashwa Bay, Sydney Madison. In 2nd place, with a time of 46.75 from Menominee Falls, Lauren Bickler. And in 1st place for our girls slalom race, with a time of 46.21 from Badger, Ellie Hearn. Congratulations, ladies. And now for the boys' slalom results, top 5. In 5th place, with a time of 45 flat from the Logan Central Providence team, Benedict Altoff.
Also known as Eggs Benedict.
Way to go, Eggs. In 4th place, with a time of 44.69 from Badger, Trip Hillier. In 3rd place, with a time of 43.47 from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, Partyville, Peter Waterman. And in 2nd place, a very close score between 2nd and 3rd, with a time of 43.42 from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, Partyville, Gavin Hristov. Yeah. And in 1st place for the boys slalom, with a time of 42.97 from Badger, Reed Hearn. Congratulations, guys. And now for the girls' GS top 5. In 5th place, with a time of 35.20 from Madison West, Allie McNamara. In 4th place, with a time of 35.17 from Cuba City, Mount Horeb, Sienna Feltz. In 3rd place, with a time of 35.11 from the Northern Lacrosse Co-op, Alyssa Raven. In second place, with a time of 34.65, from Badger, Ellie Hearn. And in first place for the girls GS, with a time of 33.83, Wausau West East DC Everest, Grace Callio. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to say anything else? Like, after they're done or whatever? Yeah. Congratulations, ladies. And now Steve Mickelson with a final word.
Congrats, everybody. Some great racing today. I think the conditions were pretty good. We're going to do a light groom early. It's going to be cold, so we should have great conditions tomorrow. And everybody go out and have dinner, have fun, get to bed early. Let's have some great racing again tomorrow. Thank you.